Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for what are we now? Monday, Monday, March the 13th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. That'll help. Thanks, guys. So pretty quiet weekend, guys. Not much happening. So obviously, with all this stuff going on with the banking, especially the regional banks. Um, so if you haven't heard, I guess what's happening with anybody with deposits over $250,000 in SIVB is covered. So that's the big news, really. I guess if you're a shareholder in terms of owning the stock, it doesn't look so good. But at least anybody with again over 250 is covered. So that's number one. But the regional banks are all taking a hit. Not all taking a hit, but many of them are taking a hit, especially the ones that we saw on Thursday and Friday. Not really sure what's going to happen. I'm sure we'll get some kind of a bounce at some point, but it's always tricky to try to figure out where. I actually had a short of Roku, as was posted in the room. This would have been absolutely devastated had had the FDIC not stepped in and guaranteed all the anything over 250, because I think they had the biggest exposure in terms of deposits, et cetera, and percentage wise in SIVB, and that was Roku. So I actually took a little short in this one early, not that early, just underneath 58, and covered most of it because I don't, listen, I don't expect it to get catastrophic for it, but I thought I could take advantage of maybe about a dollar move in the pre-market. So I still have a little bit left just in case when the market opens, it takes out the 57 level again. So there's too many of these banks to talk about, but there are some, I guess, we worth mentioning. FRC down 61%. FRC down 61%. So I mean, on $148 stock down to 31. It was a month ago. That PACW. It's funny because this was moving down before I even knew anything about SIVB. That was happening on Thursday. That showed up in my 10-day daily breakdown list, and it continues to move down another 44%. Yeah, I guess White House is talking about the bank, so let's see if there's what sort of reaction in the market's going to be. Another one, Zion, ZION, another bank down 22%. It's actually having a bit of a rally though. And CMA again, there are I could list probably 100 of them, guys, but these are the ones that were showing up the gap up and downs. CMA, another one, Comerica. Wall, another one, WAL. No trade of the week this week. Cash. Cash is the trade of the week. Whether it's stay in cash. A couple of big buyouts. Pfizer buying Seattle Genetics. PFE buying. See how PFE is reacting right now? It's not down too much. Seattle Genetics, SGEN, being bought by Pfizer, PFE, and PRVB being bought by Sanofi, SNY. A couple of big buyouts. Just trying to find some of the other ones that are moving. CMND, nothing to do with the banks. CMND, excuse me, CMND. Psychedelic stock. I don't see any specific news on it. 1.9 million in the float, so very, very low float. I can't see any news on it, guys. Yeah, I don't see any news, specific news for it. CMND. I'm sure there must be something, but I don't see it. Precious metals, guys, silver and gold. Let's take a look at American Barrick. American Barrick, GOLD. Nice move for it. Markets are, the gold bugs are out in force again. Let's take a look at KRE, the regional bank in ETF, KRE, regional bank ETF. So I'm starting to sink still. KRE, lots of volume now. That's a lot of volume. When I last looked, it only had about, unless I had the wrong one, it only had about 50,000 shares. So this volume has really picked up. Yeah, that happens. You can see on the SPY the same thing happened, and that's at 8:45. Yeah, I don't know how to counteract that. Jab, you're talking about it's not just FRC and PACW. Look at the SPY, the same thing. I guess if I took a look at some of the bigger stocks like Microsoft and all, I'm gonna see the same. You see these big topping tails. Used to bug me, but I just accept it now. You know, boy, this has been WAL. EQRX, he resigns. Let's see, it's probably not a planned resignation. So let's take a look at EQRX. So far, no reaction. Come on, IB. The Benzinga stuff, I think. Let me just check one more from Benzinga. Yeah, Bitcoin is having a surge, yes, but I was looking at coin. Wasn't coin dropping? COIN dropping? Boy, Wall is just getting hammered here. I don't think I mentioned this one. Yeah, I forgot to mention this one, guys. This is an interesting one. CALT, CALT, great gap up. It's phase three. It's actually phase three results. Well, it says phase two here. I could have sworn I read phase three somewhere else. Now look at this. This says phase three. This says phase three. The other one said phase two. So anyway, it is definitely as a outlier, certain to all the banking situation. This is definitely interesting. 18 million in the float. No volume yet. No volume yet. Swedish company. Yeah, there's no volume yet though. That's a massive move for no volume. Or on no volume. Interesting. I mean, the spread is, it's not great. It's only 20 cents though. I thought it'd be a lot more with that volume and that percentage pop. And a low float, 18 million. So this is definitely one to keep an eye on. This is not shortable for me and Interactive Brokers, so we just have to wait and see how this opens. Right, Carrie in our YouTube room. Well, now, when I look at, I'm going to take the upgrades and downgrades this morning. Let's just see how many downgrades there are for some of these banks. So we'll see if it's hit my email yet from briefing.com. Not yet. YouTube, if you're talking YouTube, Carrie, again, you're not in the main room. It's fine to stay in YouTube. There's no problem with YouTube, but it's not as active as the main room. Okay, let's take a look. INM. That's a publication of peer-reviewed studies showing the anti-inflammatory potential, etc. Okay, so this is a cannabis play. Oh, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. I can give you the link to the other room if you want. You can stay in. I mean, nothing wrong with the YouTube room. I think that's mainly for people who just care that much about interacting with other traders and easier to get into. The other one is that hard, but yeah, man, oh man. So at some point, I'm anticipating what I'd be watching is KRE. Just keep, I would probably keep KRE as some kind of a thumbnail chart. The regional bank ETF, just to see, when does it stop moving down, if ever. Mm-mm. For new traders, no, no. Old traders, young traders, new traders, doesn't matter. We accept all. FRTX. Let's see, do I think it has more room to the downside? Ah, well, I mean, first of all, it's under $1. I mean, sure, it's an all-time low, so there's nothing holding it. But would I predict that it's going to keep moving down? Can't do that. But it is an all-time low. Again, I forgot to mention this one. I'm going down my list and I forgot to mention I've got ZIM on the list also. Yeah, this is one of the very few earnings plays. Actually, there are more companies releasing earnings this week than I would have anticipated, over a couple, 200. The only issue is, though, that some of them are really, really cheap ones, like in the $2, $3 range, and sometimes they're just not going to move that much. Anyway, ZIM is an earnings play. The market, yeah. But listen, the market's going to open very weak, of course. So anything is going to be suspect going long, even earnings plays that in theory are trading on their own. The only one that I can think of Let's take a look at this Calt again a little more closely, C-A-L-T. And when you look left, 2273 looks like 2273. 2270 is the next high looking left. And then after that, 23. So, I mean, it's got a little bit of room and it's not shortable for probably for a lot of people. Certainly not for me at Interactive Brokers. But all eyes are going to be in the banks today, guys. I mean, it's hard to avert your eyes from all these ones that are just continuing to move down. I haven't been able to talk about them all. HBAN, another one, Huntington, HBAN. I mean, look at these are huge moves. 1.4 million in the float to move 10%. That is a big, big move. Yeah, WAL. Obviously, I picked the wrong one. I was well, Ruku's not a bank, but maybe it would move down a little bit further, even though they've been somewhat, well, not somewhat, they've been rescued. In other words, they're not going to lose all the money they had deposited in SIVB or SVB, I guess, SVB. You know, I did not know very much about SVB at all, but this is no fly-by-night bank. Okay, here we go, guys. Let's take a look. I've got my upgrades and downgrades here now, so I'm going to get a few of them in. Let's see if there's anyone upgrading a bank. Is TFC on the way up? Nope, TFC is on the way down. I actually see a couple of upgrades for TFC. I see an upgrade for Schwab and PNC. PNC is a bank, I think. Ah, you kidding me? Davidson's upgrading PNCW. JP Morgan getting an upgrade from Wells Fargo. Come on, I can't believe JP Morgan's not upgrading Wells Fargo now. All right, I will get the quotes of those. I'll get them into the main room in a second. Let's take a look at some of these downgrades by HBAN over and over and over. Interesting. They're not really piling into the banks that I can see anyway. Tesla downgraded by Wolf. We've got a couple of downgrades, Key and CMA and FRC. Why those ones as opposed to any others? I have no idea. RF, I'm hearing RF. Okay, guys, I made a mistake on the bird. It's obviously just bird. That last one in there is bird, not whatever I typed. All right, well, And again, if some of you don't know, I'm Canadian, so that's why I'm not 100% familiar with all of these regional banks. PNC, I should have known because I did live in Boston for 1 year and used to see PNC around, so I should have known that. But all right, guys, well, let's take a look at our sectors and see how many sectors now are underneath the 200-day moving average. And we know that not retail, but the banking sector, financials, definitely moving away. But first, let's take a look. Okay, so if you're unfamiliar with this, these are the major sectors. So XLE, this is the major ETF for energy. So when you see 100% in red, what does that mean? That means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from Friday's close. That's what that means. Okay. So if you just sort of do a little look around to see the major sectors, there is not one sector, consumer staples trying, but there's not one sector that is even over 50%. So everything is very weak this morning. Now, let's take a look at the 200-day moving average. XLE was getting really close. That was yeah, look at this guy. So on Friday, XLE broke down below the 200-day moving average. There it is, the green line right there. That is a 200-day moving average. And look at this. So we are now getting solidly under that 200-day moving average. Well, not solidly, but certainly the first crack in weeks underneath the 200-day moving average for energy. Retail, XRT, another one that broke down through the 200-day moving average on Friday. And I know consumer staples was below before, and it's probably sinking more again today. XLP, yeah, look at that, a green line. Healthcare, I know, was below and moving away. Yeah, look at this. Oof, there's not that. I think the only strong sectors are going to be materials and industrials. Take a look at XLI. XLI, and, well, even that, I mean, this is getting, I mean, we've got these red bars now on the daily chart, starting to approach that 200-day moving average. Still, safely above to a certain extent, but approaching. Financials, we know the financials are going to be below XLF and moving further and further away. That was the big day on Thursday, taking it out. Friday continuation, Monday continuation. Consumer discretionary, we know that is below. XLY, consumer discretionary, again moving away. Utilities, I don't even have to look, way under. Materials should be still above, but probably fading towards XLB. Whoa, look at materials even. Materials is like right on top of it, right on top of it. Communications, I'm pretty sure is going to be below now. Yeah, I took it out on Friday. So communications and technology, XLK. So tech is still above, believe it or not, technology is still above. So the major sectors, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If I add utilities and real estate, that's nine major sectors underneath the 200-day moving average. A moment, guys. Okay, guys, wall. Yeah, I keep hearing wall over and over and over again. This is text to voice. Yeah, you know what? I outsmarted myself when I took the Roku. Roku still, keep an eye on it if it takes out 57 again. I'm basically out of it. This was a short for me early. That's on the Roku. Based on the fact that it had the most exposure to SVB, even though all the news came out that anybody with deposits over 250 would not be affected. They would be covered. So Roku, obviously, a huge sigh of relief. We've got gold and Pacific silver, so gold, or Pan American silver, excuse me. So we've got some precious metal plays. Precious metals are strong. Lunar, the crazy one here, LUNR. I get a little pop. Okay, Roku. Go through 57 again. Okay. 1 minute. Thank you. Don't know where William is. Okay, guys. So no, it's not quite a minute. No, your computer clock is fast. Remember, not that that should matter. Clocks went forward on Saturday night. Officially, I guess Sunday night, Sunday morning, 2 o'clock. I guess that's the official time. So I have a minute and a half. Okay, now we have a minute to the open, guys. Well, let's have a great start to this trading week. And again, if you don't short or anything like that, I guess you're just going to be sitting on your hands. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I'm going to try to let things settle down a little bit. Depends what I get in my 10-day daily breakdown, though. If it is a bank, even if it is not an all-time low, I may take it a little bit earlier. This is not a suggestion to do the same thing I do, but you mean why is Wall tanking more than the other regional banks? Oh no, set to suffer record sell-off. Banks trying to reassure investors. All right, well, we're open now, guys. We are now open. So let me get rid of these. We are now open. So if you're asking me why Wall is tanking more than the other banks, I don't have an explanation for that. I don't know. USB, guys, US Bank Corp. Another one that's making its way down. Well, there is the wall, the aforementioned wall. And there's Ally, another one that's showing up early in my 10-day daily breakdowns. Here's another one, HBAN. This is like Friday, guys. Getting all these early moves. Yeah, well, I didn't take the H-band. That looks like the one that. Let's take a look at Ally. 2409 was the alert. Hasn't really moved. Wall 1247 was the alert. Come on. Here's Zion. Boy, look at these banks just showing up. 2565 on the alert. Okay, just a minute. That's enough. I have an insistent cat for food. Okay, Roku. All right. I don't have that much left, but I have enough that I'm happy. This is on the short. Not a bank, of course, but and Run was another one that had exposure. Okay, but again, covered. But right now the market doesn't really care. If you had exposure to SIVB, then you're going to get hit. Now Halliburton's being hit also. I don't know why Halliburton is being hit. Not certainly not a bank. Okay, lower amid a decline in oil prices. Okay, there's a recent. Okay, all right. Well, Zim is having a pretty decent day. Zim, ZIM. It's an earnings play. And we have some halts now. Wow. Schwab gets halted for volatility. You know, guys, I mean, you don't often see a big name like this getting halted for volatility. This is Schwab, SCHW. Oh, Roku. This is like Sun, guys. Roku and Sun. Okay, here's another one. TFC halted. Sorry, not halted. Showing up in my 10-day daily breakdown. Wow. Okay, so that is one that I took. That is one that I actually took the TFC. Mm. TFC showed up at 32.61. I didn't get it quite there, but again, as I said, I don't usually take anything in the first 15 minutes, but These banks are just too juicy. And Roku, oh man. Yeah, Roku was as I read over the weekend, William, Roku had the biggest exposure. They had the most on a percentage basis and also absolute dollars. Man, and I think Run also had some had a pile of money. Wow, look at TFC. Oh, this is what I'm talking about, guys. So, as I said, I typically do not take any of these unless they were all-time lows also. But I mean, they're just getting way too beat up not to try right off the bat. And I can't get them all, but you know, if I get one that's really moving, that's good enough for me. How long is the Schwab halt? Don't know. No, normally 5 minutes. So if you're asking when it should, if it's 5 minutes, it'll come back at 9:38 plus 32 seconds. If it's a 5 minute halt, 9:38 plus 32 seconds. Wow, Roku. I mean, Roku is just getting. I mean, they're really not. Well, as far as I understand, no jeopardy, but it doesn't matter. No jeopardy in that the money they've got with SIVB, they'll get it. It's not like it's gone or only 250,000 is covered. Interesting. I mean, you know, when I'm looking at all these banks going down, I was just checking this Dow. I would have thought maybe we're down about six or 700 now, but not quite. G&E, what is G&E? Is that a bank too? No, Genie Energy. But come on, break 31, break 31, break 31. Here's the owl. Is this a bank? Don't think so. No, it is. It is. Well, it's a financial vehicle. So they're all getting lumped into the same sector. Another one just showing up. VLY. VLY. It's a bank. Yeah. Valley National Bancorp. VLY. All right, guys. I'm still having my TFC. I want to see if it can break 31. I'm also keeping an eye on this VLY. See, the longer it holds under 9, it's popping up to 9 right now. Meanwhile, Zion, Bank of America, which I shorted on Friday. Bank of America. So, guys, I've still got some of my Roku short from the pre-market. I still have some of the TFC. I'm watching the VLY. Bank of America. Wow. Bank of America had a bounce, big bounce actually on Friday, but boy, it's taken out the low of Friday now, and come on, TFC, just take out that whole number. And I didn't even look left to see where it could stall. Okay, that's back. That's 3 years ago. 3 years ago lows now for THC. Now gold and silver should be flying. Mm. Hit B, just too many guys. There's just there's just way too many coming in here into this 10-day daily breakdown. This is one I'm really interested in, the VLY. I love it underneath that whole number. I don't think there's very much support anywhere. Jets. Wow, this is, of course, the wow. Don't often see this. This is the ETF for the airline industry. This does not bode well. Even PACW, even though it's already beaten up like crazy, PACW is showing up. PACW. A moment, please. Okay, VLY just took out 9. So all I'm going to do with VLY is just put a price alert underneath at around 890. See if it takes that out later on. Schwab resumed. And that was actually a 10-minute halt for Schwab. PACW halted. It's a bank, Trinity. It's in the sector, so it's not this. It's a bank kind of, but Trinity Capital. So Carrie, when you say what would you suggest for new people to get info about what exactly? If you're talking about, where where the banks, if they can bounce, I mean, yes, of course they can, but where? That's always tricky. But, and info, you can read all sorts of different, so-called pundits writing about all this, but so I'm not sure what you're talking about when you say new person to get info on what. I am not on mute. Dwayne, you always have this problem. Not always, but I don't understand exactly. No, get into for a first option. Still don't understand it. Again, if you're asking me to try to call a bottom on these regional banks, I have no idea if that is the question. Another one, Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce, CM even. Hmm. Something happened then because if enough of you are saying I'm on mute, okay, let me just do this. Can anyone hear me? I'm not talking about our YouTube room, but okay, fine here, good here. So, okay, so it is not everybody. So the only thing I can suggest, okay, do a refresh. Okay, there are other things happening other than the bank. So let's take a look at CMD. CMN, sorry, CMND. Pretty big news in the pre-market. Actually, no news in the pre-market. I could not find any news. This is a psychedelic play. I cannot find any news on it. The one I was talking about is called CALT. Let's take a look at CALT. Is there anything happening with this one? Yeah, it's hanging in. Okay, it's excuse me. It's hanging in, except look at the volume. Terrible. 67,000 shares. Yeah, we've got a ton of even when Schwab gets halted. I mean, that's something else. So they got halted on the way up now. And the SPY, yeah, SPY is a nice bounce so far at 9:30, 9:45 candle, the second candle. Yeah, Roku bounce. So obviously I'm completely out of this one. So we're getting some bounces now, guys. Roku, big bounce. So I'm out of everything now. Now that the market's putting in this green bar, a lot of stocks are going to follow exactly what the SPY is doing. So Yeah, Zim is actually a pretty decent earnings play. This is not, yeah, in fact, it's a great earnings play. Now, what's the issue is next high looking left is 2405. So that's pretty close, obviously. If somehow it can get through that, 25, and then of course, if somehow it gets through that, 26, 24. So there is a little gap action if, but that's a big if to get up to 25 and through it from 2327 or 2367 right now. What a bounce for Roku. Yeah. So let's take a look at Run. Did Run have a similar bounce? Because not really. Alt, C-A-L-D. Sorry, T. C-A-L-T. C-A-T. Ooh, keep an eye on this one, guys. I'm jumping here. ENVX. This had a very interesting level to try to take out. And the level is 1033. Bunch of action right around 1033. If this can take out 1033, it may not happen today or ever, but if it does, then when you look left, the next high is almost 13. So I still have my price alert set here. Yeah, sorry for typing that in, the CALT into the room. Didn't mean to do that. It meant to go into my chart. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know why people are having a tough time hearing and seeing my screen today. Some. Silver play, guys. EXK, a little silver play. EXK. First Horizon. This is, look at, imagine, these candles, First Horizon, FHN. So this has not had any sort of a bounce. This looks like it's going to get halted also. FHN. This looks like it's going to get halted. I'll almost guarantee it's going to get halted. Schwab got. Well, it's hard to look at anything other than the banks because most of the alerts I'm getting are bank financial related. And as I said, the FHN was going to get halted, and it did. It's a giant green candle now. That second 15-minute candle, definitely a giant green candle on the SPY. So when you look at the market, so the Dow is a little bit positive, Nas is a little bit positive, and SPY is slightly under, but good recovery in the market so far. Key had a bit of a bounce. KEY had a bit of a bounce, but hard to call these bounces, guys. And the bounce plays from Zach. I mean, virtually every one of them is a bank potential bounce for the bank, but when, where, how? I mean, that's the whole thing. Well, what a move for Roku. Ah, 925. Didn't see this. Didn't affect it right off the bat, but Roku receives a buy from Wedbush. That was at 925. Ooh. Okay, guys. ENVX, really interesting. Okay. There's a high there at 1033. There's a high there at 1030. Ah, remember Hilly from last week, HLLY, struggled to get through three. Well, the high was 308. That was on Thursday. It was an earnings play on Thursday for Hilly, HLLY. Hey, ENVX, now it popped up to 1040 something. This is really interesting. Why? Look at the room it's got. If it wants to keep going, 13 is the next high. Looking left on the daily chart, guys, 13 is the next high. I'm not telling you to take the trade. I'm just pointing out that, haven't seen too many like this, but look how many times it's struggled to get through this 1030, 1040 area. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. Is today the day, though? Hmm. Yeah, sorry. Well, you guys can't hear me. I have no idea why some can't see my screen nor hear me, and yet they've rebooted, they've refreshed, they've done everything. I don't know how to help, unfortunately. So that might be it. Of course, I do use Chrome also. Another bank, probably CVBF. CBF, sure, it's a bank. Well, these things are not safe yet. EBC, another bank. That FHN came out of its halt. Mm. Wall. Wall is not bouncing. Had a mini bounce up here, but it just sold right off. WAL. This is an all-time low now. This is an all-time low for WAL. So this is standing out, guys. WAL is really standing out because it's an all-time low. There is no support. The only support is people looking for a bounce play. But in terms of technical support, there really isn't any. Hmm. Yeah, VLY definitely bounced really well. But I was waiting on it, so I didn't. Yeah, that really bounced. This one is not sorry, a bank. I keep saying this. RLX. Okay, coming into pretty decent resistance, I think. RLX, it's a China company. Yeah, ZIM is now coming into maybe resistance area. 2408 is the next high looking left for ZIM. I'm going to have to talk to okay, the developer on this. Okay, seems that too many people are having issues. So let me just make a quick email to to the developer of the room. This is a third party. Okay, so it's not. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just sending off an email to the developer. All right, I'm keeping an eye on the CVBF, CVBF. See if it has another leg down here. Man, Pack W, unbelievable. Pack W. Look at this thing. I mean, this is probably this is almost hit hard as much on a percentage basis as any one of them, guys. I mean, we're talking 27 down to 6. On a percentage basis, that is devastating. Yeah, head over to Discord. Yeah, check it out. I mean, I'll give you this should be the link. for Discord if you have ever gone into a room, so you've got already okay, if you've already been in Discord before, not necessarily mine, but or ours. Or FRC, yeah, I mean, this collapse, new low after a new low after a new low for FRC. There's the pre-market low is 2020. I mean, it still has room. Mm, CVBF guys, CVBF close to Comerica, CMA. Yeah, I mean the CMA, no bounce, no bounce, no mass, no bounce. Wow. Hilly guys, HLLY, on a more positive note for something that is actually moving higher, nothing to do with being a bank. Okay, I mean, Hilly's got the room, 362. I'm saying it's getting there, of course, but CVBF guys, just, and it hasn't really bounced. It's another little bank, small bank somewhere. If I look at, not an all-time low, let's take a look left on this weekly chart. And I probably have to go back. Yeah, I have to go back 3.5 years or so before we start to see these lows. Guys, sorry, guys, I was talking, but CVBF just took it out. CVBF. It's gonna be really tough for me to try to go long anything today, guys. Even some of the ones that are in theory alpha stocks that should be trading on their own. And I know the market's up. I know the market's up, but just having a tough time pulling the trigger and going long anything with all these short banking opportunities. Let me see if the developer has answered. It's usually really good. Okay, so there is an issue, guys. It's not affecting everybody. So the developer just got back to me. There seems to be a major issue with the network at the data center. Working on it seems to be a huge carrier issue. So it's not everybody. Let me just put that in if you can't hear me. Okay, so nothing we can do about it. It's just obviously affecting, depends what server you're on, I suppose. Okay. CVBF, guys, CVBF. Get through 18. Yes. Mm. Never heard of this one before. Never heard of it. But you know what? Just because it's got VB in the name, it's and it almost sounds like SVB, CVB. Wow. Look at Fit. I mean, guys, I mean, there's no, there's just wow, 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 wow. I mean, EBC, FitB, the CBF hit. Oh, right here at 1878. I didn't get it quite there, but there's just hope. What's hope? The bank must be a bank. Hope Bancorp. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I am just there's so much going on in the background for me right now. Wow, what time is it? 10:16. Feel like I've been here for 3 hours, 4 hours. Hmm. Fit my goodness. I mean, Fit QB, just one after another. Let's take a look at KRE, which is the ETF for the regional banks. And yes, look at this. I had a little bit of a pop here. So this is I don't know what is the inverse of this. Anybody know what the inverse of this for those who can't short? Well, until Thursday, none of this was happening. ZIM has been a pretty stellar earnings play, guys. 25 looks like it could block it, but ZIM, all right, guys, I'm out of everything right now. Out of absolutely everything right now. I'm just going to kind of, I'd love to see a bounce in some of these things, but when? BKU, Bank United, BKU, SBCF. Ooh, this is an interesting one. Close to that whole number, SBCF. I don't really have to go back. I think most of these lows are back in 2000. Pandemic lows, probably. If I back this out on a weekly, well, let's go to a monthly chart. Be easier to see. Yeah, there you go. So these are, well, October 20, so not quite. Yeah, but these are the lows back here for a lot of these banks. So really, I don't consider that tremendous support. Another bank, I'm sure, WTFC, another bank. Look at this one, $62 bank. Um, CVBF is continuing down. I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore. So that's why I'm kind of interested in some of these more obscure ones. WTFC, what's the spread like? Where did I even see it? Okay, spread 61.80, 62.12. Not great. Meanwhile, PAC-W just continues to move down. I'm just going to repost that information about the trading room. So there's nothing we can do about it, guys. It's affecting some, not all. Have I seen the dividend for Zim? No, I have not seen the dividend for ZIM. Oh my gosh, I mean, I thought Friday was active. I mean, this is even way more active. There's just tons of these little regional banks. Ladder Core. I mean, just tons of them. CFFN. But the overall market, it seems to be shrugging this off. The overall market. Another one, Cade. I'm sure it's a bank. Yeah, Cadence Bank. Gosh, look at this. Next low looking left. Looking at a weekly chart, of course. Next low, 1987. Wow. Oh my goodness. I got out of my CVBF short way too early. So this is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to concentrate on some of these a little more obscure ones. Okay, I'll take a little bit of a break here to answer Simon in our YouTube room. So he's saying I'm using TI on a multiple screen setup. Unable to move the screen as a whole to another. Is there a way to move TI to another screen in one go? Okay. Um, Without getting into docking, this is what I would do first, Simon. Okay. And before we had docking, and before I get into docking, this is what we used to do. And I still do it, to be honest. I mean, I don't care. We have docking. So take your toolbar, okay, and put it in the upper left-hand corner of what you're going to designate as your main monitor. Okay, that's step number one. Put your toolbar in your main monitor, and what you're going to designate as your main monitor, put it in the upper left-hand corner. Now, you say you've got several screens. Put all, because typically this is the reason why people want to be able to do this. Put all your trade ideas, screens, scans, charts, whatever you've got, put them all exactly where you want them on all of your monitors. Okay. And once you've done that, and you put, I have three monitors myself. Okay. So, I've got, here's my momentum up and down. That's on another monitor. And you notice that I'm able to do this. This is called docking. But so once you've done that, once you've put all of your trade ideas, windows, scans, etc., on exactly where you want them on all your different monitors, then click on Tools from our toolbar. Click on Tools, Options, Layouts. Tools, Options, Layouts. And where you see loading layouts, check that. Open relative to main window and save. Then when you exit trade ideas, remember you always have to save your work. Because even what you just did there has to be saved. When you load trade ideas again, all your windows, all your trade ideas windows will be exactly where you want them on all of your monitors. That's typically the reason why people ask the question you ask. Now, there is a way in which you can take, where you can group things together, like you see what I'm doing here. I can take these and it's called docking. I can direct you to the guide, our user guide, to show you how you can, you can create a dock, what we call a dock window, and put different, there's some charts in here, but I could put top lists, alert windows. I could put virtually anything I want in here. Okay. Docking is once you do it a few times, it's not hard, but it's, people seem to have problems doing it. But, I can direct you to the user guide. And there's a whole section on docking. But if all you're really trying to do is every time you load trade ideas, you want Windows to be like in the exact same spot on every monitor, that's that's what you should do. So if you go to later on, I can actually go through, if you're going to stick around for a while, Simon, I can actually go through and I'll dock a couple of windows. I'll create a dock, put a couple of windows in, and you'll see, because whether I put one window or two windows or 100 windows into the dock, it's the same process over and over. But if you go to, all right, if you go to my home page, I just put that in there, and you click on the home page, and then scroll down until you see education. And click on the education link. And here's our user guide. Click on the user guide. And then scroll until you see docking. I don't know what it should be called. Docking. Here, docking. We have a whole section on docking, okay? Docking, it's not necessary. It's a cleaner look. There's no question that it's a cleaner look when you can group things together, but it's not necessary. For instance, I don't have these two docked as an example. I do have this docked, but I kind of pick and choose what I like to have docked. Meanwhile, is it Fit B? What the heck is grunting at me? Oh, I see what's happened. Look at that, SBCF. SBCF. That was the other one I wanted to short. And I'm looking for more obscure regional banks now. Well, I'm not having to look for them. They're just showing up here in the 10-day daily breakdown over and over and over again. So speaking of all that, you know what? What time is it now? 10:31. Let me go over trade ideas a little bit, okay? I did put my homepage link in. Give me a moment. Yeah, it is almost like a fish in a barrel today. You know, pick a regional bank, any regional bank. All right, so I put my homepage link in again. So this is what you're going to see. Not that. Come on. All right, if you do want to take on a subscription right now, we've got a nice promo on right now, 25% off. The Hattie 25 off the first month only or the entire year. Give you an idea how much Trade Ideas does cost. We have 4 plans: annual premium, annual standard, 2,000 for annual premium, 1,000 for annual standard, less than 25% each case. Okay. The big difference is the AI, which now we're classifying as a watch list. There is no more auto trading the AI. They gave you ZIM, okay, gave you TRIN, TRIN to short, and ZIM to go long, okay. And you have nothing to do. You just wait for the alerts to happen. How you're going to trade them will be up to you. You do not have to have an annual subscription. In fact, do not take on an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want the product. You know, you can always try us out for a month. Monthly, standard is 118, premium is 228, less than 25% for the first month only. Now, if you decide after taking out a monthly that you do want an annual and you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the 25%. So there's no mad rush to take out an annual. I mean, people take out annuals obviously because if you have the money to pay up front, then your per monthly cost is obviously lower than if you just go month to month. But we have lots of customers just go month to month forever. So it's up to you. Now, if you do take out a subscription, please do the get started. Not please do, you must do it. Okay. There's no please. You must do the get started. Okay. It covers your download and install, your first startup and login, toolbar, and right click magic, etc. 10 videos, about 30 minutes long. New to trading, we have a course for you, Trading 101. It is free. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Okay, so I really recommend you take a look at this if you are new to trading. I do a stock of the day video. Which one am I going to pick? This is free, of course. Now, trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. There was no trade of the week this week. Steve decided there was no way to really try to pick one stock, so he suggested staying in cash. There's the education section, which I have talked about a little bit. Here's our user guide. Here's the getting started. Now, you should know what an alert, at the very least, know what an alert window is, know what a top list window is, the T window, and know about stock racing. If you click on stock racing, I go over this a little bit, but I mean, this is all right here. We have 4 videos that explain what stock racing is all about. We have the race startup, which is clickable, race configuration, which is all clickable. We have a lot of information about stock racing right there. Here's that getting started again. Daily support session. So I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Monday, so it should be Chris Varley. And I'll confirm that before I do take my break. Here's the room again, free room. More educational videos about trade ideas. Last, my scan. So here are my scans, guys. So, I mean, this is the 10-day daily breakdown that you see me referring to all day long. And there is the breakout also on the upside, but obviously on the downside, this is this is where it's at. These are the two races that you see. Two races that you see. The biggest gainers from the open, large cap gainers from the open. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actors up and down. This is a momentum scanner. Okay, so I have a lot of scans that I am sharing here. So if you decide you do want to take out a subscription, please use my homepage link and then click on this code. And this is a free room. The room will get credit. I will get some credit. The other thing is, if you save my homepage, then you can take a look at my scans anytime you want and the education section. Okay. Of course, you can ask me questions all day long. Now, Trin, is this a bank too? Yeah, Trinity Capital, Trin, another one. Yeah, the halt scanner going nuts. 10-day daily breakdown going nuts. There's another one, guys, FFWM. I mean, there's just been an astonishing, I mean, you just can't keep up with them all. 879 on the alert for FFWN. This is 844 now. Great percentage move. And there's a halt now, Cub, CUBB, or resume, sorry, another bank. Let's see if there's anything on the upside. CMND 446, sitting at 451. This is a gold. So these are all, well, these three are gold. GDX, let's take a look at GDX. This is a gold miner ETF, so 2891. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, 2891. So it hasn't moved very much. Gold, American Barrick. Where is it done? 1703. Hasn't moved. And then this is Anglo Gold, Ashanti. Hasn't really moved. And NVDS, I don't think this is a gold play. So on the upside, it's not a great day. Boy, but you know what really bounced, surprised the heck out of me, was VLY. That really, really bounced. Probably the best bounce of all the banks we've seen. Best bounce in terms of percentage. I mean, that was at 887, 893 now, so it's a dollar bounce on an $8-9 stock. That's a big percentage move. How did that ENVX do? Did it maintain? Wow, did it ever? Well, guys, this was the one on the long side. mentioning this one on that 10:30 break. I just, completely lost sight of it, got all wrapped up in the banks, but what did it get up to? Almost $11. I mean, it's pulled back somewhat, but I mean, look at the room it's got, ENVX. So this is a definition of an alpha stock to a certain extent. I mean, these topping tails are pretty tough. There's been some big selling. Look at Hilly, it really did not have good follow through. HLLY. How's that AMC short doing? Still hanging on to that AMC short in the simulator from 716, 536 now. Another one, guys, VBTX, another bank, commercial banking, VBTX. We're starting to get some bounces now. Okay, so I'm not as gung ho, okay, on taking a look at these right now. This is not really moving that much. Famous last words, but it's 1754, 1750, 59 now. Well, I guess I should take a look left. Yeah, it seems like, a lot of these were making lows in 2020, mid to the end of. Now, as we know, March of 2020 is sort of the pandemic start. Hey, you know what? You know what's worth moving now, guys, is that CALT. CALT is starting to move, and this is a bio had good. I saw phase three. I saw another article that said phase two. Whatever. I mean, it seems to obviously the news was good. 38%. Volume still is light though. This is out of Swedish. This is a Swedish stock. 114,000 shares, and that's it, and up 38%. I'll be awfully careful. Yeah, that's preventing me. I mean, that's not a lot of volume for it to be up 38%. Yeah, I'm going to make a fearless prediction that the catastrophic moves for the day are probably over for most of these. I mean, it's not hard to predict. Most of these big moves are in the first hour anyway, but I may be wrong. I just don't see catastrophic moves coming. Meanwhile, FHN, well, FHN is not bouncing really. It had a little bit of a bounce, but FHN not really bouncing. However, when you look left on this one, this one has a little bit of support perhaps. Nope, wrong. No support. No, not here anyway on that weekly chart. All right, let's see. Well, I might be wrong about the VBTX. The VBTX is continuing to make its way down a little bit. I wonder if it matters where they're from. And this is in Texas. I don't know if it matters geographically where any of these things are from. You know what's funny? I haven't even looked at the VWAP or anything, on any of these things. I've just been assuming that they've been way underneath. And the 200-day, of course, is they got to be way underneath. Another halt in this CUBB, Cub. It's got halt actually on the way up. Ooh, look at ZIM, guys. It really, now, if you took that one from the AI, hopefully you took some profit because I mean this is right back to where the where this suggested buy was. Boy, this FHN is just tanking here. Ooh, a moment here. All right, guys. Well, I made the rookie mistake. Son of a gun. I was wondering what is happening to that P&L of mine, and I went long VBTX instead of short. I just got out, luckily, before the big move down. So you got to pay attention, pay attention, pay attention. Oh well. Okay. Well, let's see if I can redeem myself here in the VBTX. See if it crashes through 17 and take the short instead of going long. Doggone it. That's, yeah, I don't know if it's a fat finger. That was just it's pressing the buy instead of the sell. But yeah, oof, it would have been such a great short too. Keeps making a new low now, guys. VBTX. There was the alert at 1758. Now it's 1703. Meanwhile, FHN. I wonder where that first happened. 1825. Wow. Unbelievable. Look at this, guys. Look at this one. 1825 was the alert on FHN at 931. 1355 now. And I look at ZIM again, please. In terms of, well, it's through the VWAP, so that's not good. So in terms of what though exactly? I mean, it's through the VWAP 2323. So it says, it's I mean, unless 2230 odd holds it, 2224, maybe the low of that, the body of that candle. But to go long today, I mean, even though the market's not bad. I mean, the market's up, but I don't know. I have a tough time mentally going long anything right now. But anyway, I mean, to me, it would have to take out the VWAP, which is at 2323. So it's about 50 cents away from that. Would have to, if you're looking to go long, have to see if this area holds, and then maybe bounces off and then takes out the VWAP again. Well, it's not an AI view. I mean, it's, the AI had the alert and it worked out very well for a while. Okay. I mean, the alert was at 22, what, 22.87, and it got up to, before it really pulled back, 24.41. I mean, that's really good, but you had to start taking some profit. AI, member, is not auto tradable anymore. Well, I shouldn't say that. It may technically be, but we're certainly not. I know we're going to be doing something to prevent it. I don't know if that's actually physically happened yet. Well, you wanted to see the risk level. Okay. Well, I mean, the stop is 2088, but I mean, you can't, if you had, just in general, if a person had taken this at 2287 in that area and watched it get all the way up to 2438, you had to start taking some profit when it was doing this. I'm not saying you had to take everything out, but you had to take something out. And then when it comes back down to the actual buying price, I'd be out. I always get back in maybe if it takes out the VWAP later, but I would be totally out of this one. I certainly would not wait to get stopped out. Not once you're up a couple of dollars, especially in a day like today. See if this, oh, yeah, Poe. So I'm going to have to, shoot. Now, if I held on to the the VBTX, my long position, I it's starting to look better, but of course I cannot look at that in hindsight. Yeah, we're getting some pops now, guys. Shoot, I should have mentioned this one because I have this thumbnail, Zion. Zion was thumbnailed, and I was watching it right around this 30 mark. And then look at, so we're starting to get some pops. Look at the SPY. Okay. So some of these regional banks are now starting to recover. I mean, I have to look at this PAC W. I mean, will it recover? But it probably has been just, I mean, it is having a bounce. There is the VWAP, 670. So it's through the VWAP. I mean, obviously it's got a ton of room, $15 up here. And it actually just got halted, or was halted, sorry. Wow. Yeah. So this is having a nice bounce because you can see this is from Interactive Brokers, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This blue screen you see here. Can't see the symbol, but this is PACW, PAC W, halted at 711. This is the projected open. Okay, 740. Now, if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 10:02 plus 58 seconds. And this will change. This is not written in, nothing's written in stone on this projected open, but just based on the halt and these prices, I mean, it looks like it's going to open higher than the halt price. Again, this is nothing to do with trade ideas. This is I'm in sales from Interactive Brokers. Your broker will have something like that, or at least they should. Oh, nice. Well, bounces galore now. So, but FHN, I don't think this is really, even it is bounced. The big bottoming tail down here, 1335, about $1.30 bounce for it, but they're very difficult to predict. After the fact, it looks obvious, but very difficult to predict. Boy, what a bounce for VLY though. Holy smokes. That was a huge bounce, huge bounce. I mean, this has gone positive now. This is one I wanted to short down here. See that blue line? There was my, that was the area I was going to short it. It popped down through it, and then I put the price alert down again. Thought, okay, if it takes it out again, I want to short it. Never hit, of course. That blue line is still blue. If it had triggered, it would have turned green. What a bounce. This is probably the biggest bounce of the day, straight up and on a percentage basis. Because most of the other bounces, my guess is that they have not gone positive for the day. I'm actually looking at this VBTX now as a, and it had a big bounce. If it takes out 1757, there's the VWAP 1848. If it, you know what? I mean, if it takes out the 1765, 1764, it's got some room to the VWAP and maybe up to this area. Put $1 away. All right, so Pack W is going to be a longer halt, guys. It's going to be at least a 10-minute halt. Pack W 10:57:58. So this could open at 11:07 plus 58 seconds. If it's going to be a 10-minute halt. And now look how that has changed to the upside. When we last looked at it, I think it's at 740, 745. So the potential open for Pac W could be around the 779 mark, which would put it, yeah, right around here, that 8, which is which would basically, yeah, that would take out the high of the day if it opens in that area. Hmm, oof, missed it. Just talking about VBTX, and it just, took out that 1760. So this has some room, guys. I mean, there's the VWAP, and there's that other area up here, 1830. Now, I'd be watching the SPY like mad. Okay, you start getting a red bar here, I think it's going to affect any sort of a bounce. So you better be watching the SPY, or because they're tied, in my opinion, anyway. All right, there's the Pac W. So it opened, and where? Well, isn't that interesting? I guess it got up to 768. All right, UBSI, United Bank shares, UBSI, next high looking left is 38.13. So that's pretty close. Another one that has just had a tremendous recovery, about a $5 bounce off the lows, UBSI, gone positive now. We're starting to see a lot of these that just were dragged down, because of what was happening overall, but a lot of these are just recovering really nicely. Now, I don't know what this one is. Free Whole Earth Brands, Whole Earth Brands. And this is actually an earnings play, March 13th pre-market. This is actually an earnings play. I don't think I've ever seen this one. But let's take a look. 320. Yeah, 320 looks like pretty decent resistance for free, FREE. So I'm gonna have to back off that one. Oh, VBTX. Yeah, just say, well, right into the VWAP now, guys. 1840. Well, not quite. Our line here is a little, because we're using pre-market data, but 1844. So just a general question for those of you who couldn't hear or see my screen, um, are you able to now? This is in the main room, of course. I'm not talking about if you're in Discord or in YouTube, or is there still an issue? Just looking at the developer to see if he's got an update on the data issue. All right, so those of you who were having problems before and did not necessarily go to Discord, okay? Hey guys, we're starting to see some of these bank shares showing up in the momentum up. Okay, there's Free, UBSI, NWBI. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Keep an eye on Roku now, guys, at right at 60, at the big recovery from the pre-market, but all the way down to $54, $60 now. The next high looking left is 61.83. So this got painted poorly because it seemed to be they had the most exposure. They had the most amount of money deposited at that SVB bank, but it doesn't matter because it's all covered. So, but that was I remember reading about them on the weekend, thinking, "Wow, I can't. What a short that could turn out to be." Now, I did short it in the pre-market, made a little bit, but they're not in any jeopardy of not getting their money out. At least that's what I've been reading. And an $80 price target put on them by Wedbush today, maintained an $80. There it goes, guys. Taking out 60 now. A little Roku action. How did Run do? Because Run was sort of the same, nowhere near the exposure, but that's what I recall reading about Run, or somebody said about Run on Friday, because I was wondering, well, why is this going down? It's not a bank or anything like that, but I guess they had a lot of a lot of exposure at SVB. But again, it's all covered now. So no, it's not trading. SIVP, in our YouTube room, SIVB is not trading. It's basically done. Okay, you'll see the last price that it traded at. Okay, but it's not trading. Yeah, I don't even know why it says 6078 right here. Yeah, 106. I mean, I don't know why it's saying these prices because it really 36, I think, is where it was halted, and that's it. I don't know how that works anyway. When you're short something that basically goes out of business, I don't know how that works. How do you cover your position? When you're in a situation like that, look at Roku, guys. At 60 break was gold. Oh, here's another bank, I'm pretty sure, FIBK, sure, another bank. So we're getting a lot of bounces now in these banks, a lot of bounces. Let's take a look at KRE. I'm sure we must have a bounce in KRE. Yeah. So if you didn't want to play individual stocks, this is your regional ETF for banks, okay? Regional bank ETF. Look at that bounce, $4, KRE. Whoa, look at PAC W now. Boy, this is the play right now for a while anyway. Look at Ozark. I'm sure I think this is a bank too. OZK. They're all positive now. Another one. Look at this. I mean, $31, 31.84, 38.83 now. Another $7 bounce. Kicking myself in the VBTX though. I didn't. I just got distracted. Well, I'm going to have to Roku. See where Roku is going to go. Next high is 62 for Roku. CMA? Yeah, yeah, no kidding. Just had to get a feel for where these things could bounce. Yeah, same th wow. This is even more, $7 to 2073. Okay, good stuff, JK. I don't know if obviously something's been fixed. Yeah, just so you know, I mean, this is a third-party program, the trading room, but the developer of it is very, very responsive, good guy. So out of his control, as he said, it was something to do with well, he's looking at it, of course, but with his network at the data center, a huge carrier issue. ONB, another one, another bank, I'm sure. ONB, Old National Bank Corp. What's nice is that when you see these daily candles, the Thursday candle, there's still, well, not so much on this one, but there's still usually a little bit of room left to get back up to the Thursday lows or the Thursday highs. Not so much on this one, ONB, 1662, so it's fairly close. I'm sure there's other stuff happening other than banks, but it's hard to concentrate on anything else other than these banks. Okay, Roku knocked me out. I think I'll just look at banks now. It's a good run. So hoping it might get through 61, but and PAC W. I mean, this could turn into one of the biggest percent increases. I mean, yeah, look at that. 472 on the 488, up to 9 now for PAC W. Welcome, fellow Canadian. Are you from Quebec? Can I call you Gauvin or is it Gauvin? Hopefully you can hear me. Can you hear me? Gauvin or Gauvin? Oh no, you can't speak. You can type, but you cannot speak. I'm the only one able to speak. Otherwise, it'd be the Tower of Babel in here. So, as a new subscriber, have you taken the 30 minutes to go through the 10 videos? No, no, no. Okay, so that's the first thing you should do, okay? Basically, it's mandatory you do that because there's all sorts of, it only take you 30 minutes. There are 10 short videos. You'll find this on my homepage. Whoops. If you click on my homepage link, you will be brought to this page here. Okay, you'll at the top scroll down. Actually, you don't have to scroll down. The getting started, get started. Okay, and it runs you through. You're download and install. You may have already done that, so you don't have to necessarily do everything. Your first startup and login, toolbar and right-click magic, layout styles. Okay, introduction to scans, top lists, alert windows. Okay, please do that before you do anything else. I know everybody wants to jump in, but it'll only take you about 30 minutes. I think you'll save yourself a lot of grief for later on. It's a software program, so there is a learning curve, but we try to make it pretty simple if you at least do that 30 minutes of intro. Okay, so this is not really a bank, but officers of real estate agents and brokers. This is Redfin. So I mean, it's not, call it the financial, obviously it's in the financial sector. So Redfin, RDFN, however, when you look left, mm, I don't like it. Look at Zion. Now Zion has a red bar ignored forming, I believe. ZION has a red bar ignored forming. Yes. What time was that at? 33:39. Shoot, a little too late. Yeah, too bad. So if you're unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, if you look at the 15-minute chart for Zion, you'll see we have two 15-minute green candles, and you see a red candle. That's the 11 o'clock candle, totally engulfed by the previous green one. And then the next candle is green. There is a long alert then at 33:39. Wow. So the idea is this, you have an uptrend, a pause in the uptrend, and then a continuation. Now, does it always work this dramatically well? Of course not. But these are good these can be great long setups. Now, still getting, now, is this a bank? ALKT? This is showing up on, no, so this is just only a tech company, okay? Now, do they have big exposure maybe? Where are they out of? Texas doesn't necessarily mean. Online mobile banking suite, okay, but ALKT just showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. And when we look left, what do we see? Might be a little bit of support, not that far away, which prevents me from taking it as a short. 1170, I see a low of 1170. You know what? If it gets through 1170, then the next low is 11. So there is room down to 11 if it can get through that 1170 mark. And it's almost there. So keep an eye on the ALKT, potential short. Lots of shares available, Interactive Brokers, 570,000. So that is not an issue. All right, guys, I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Free is moving higher here, guys. Free. Well, listen, I sort of dismissed this one, but I guess if it can take out 325, maybe it's got a shot into the 350 level. This is an earnings play. Very few earnings plays today. FREE, and never seen this one before. Never. But 33 million in the float, so it's not a high float, not low. 15 times normal volume. Good volume. I mean, 1.4 million shares. Wow, look at PACW, just a huge recovery now for PACW, and halted on the way up. Mhm. Another one that's showing up here. This is another earnings play, guys. But again, this one meaning RERE, to me, just too much resistance, not that far away. I mean, listen, they might power right through all this, but I just can't take it. Silvergate is going crazy. SI, okay. Take a look at SI. Yeah, I mean, it's still, I mean, it's going nowhere, but I shouldn't say nowhere. I mean, obviously it's had a bounce, but 17 million shares have traded, so this will probably trade the float today. What's the high on Friday? 343. What did it get to today? 357. So I think this is probably done. I mean, it tried to get over that high at Friday. Peaked above it just a little bit, and then it came right back off it. Well, yeah, I mean, they're I don't know if the right term is going out of business, but complete disarray. How's that? I mean, obviously, it's still tradable. There are people out there that will look at, some kind of, they'll look at anything for a potential bounce play. AFCG, that was another one that was got caught up in the banks. AFCG. This has got some room, guys. I mean, if AFCG takes out 13, I mean, the next high looking left on the daily is Friday's high of 1404. So if it can take out 13, this has some room to run. So I'm just going to stick an alert, maybe around 1307, and see if this takes out 1307. Here's the issue. Got to look at this. No volume, 112,000 shares. So I will forget about it. I thought there might be more volume. I mean, the volume may pick up, but it's a very low float, 60 million. And PACW resumed. Now this, okay, this resumed, and instead of popping up, it actually popped down. So I can't remember if PACW had shorts available earlier. There are none available right now at Interactive Brokers. Well, ALKT. Now, what did I just say about this one? ALKT. Yeah, shoot. There's room down to 11. I've missed it. Yeah, for William to be up 14% in his account is amazing. All right, Chris just confirmed it will be him in the YouTube room. So in about 20 minutes, I'll be taking my break. And before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in to the room so you can head over and listen to Chris for his 1 hour between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. This ZIM almost looks like a short now. I mean, the VWAP was rejected a couple of times. Yeah, I mean, some of these ones that popped, some of these banks that popped on the bottom fishing, yeah, you know what? Maybe over. I bet I'd still be watching the SPY. See if you get if you start getting a giant red candle wiping out a couple of these, I would say they're all going down again for a while anyway, and presents us with another opportunity to short. Okay, ENVX. Oh man, look at this ENVX, guys. ENVX. Again, I just well, I was so concentrated on the banks, but I mean, I know I mentioned this one on that 10:30 break, 10:35, see if it would hold that area, and boy, did it ever. And now look at it, 11:08. And when you look left, this was the whole action of it, looking left. The next high is 13. So, I just lost sight of it. Now, I will admit this would have been a bit of a hard one because of the topping tails and bottoming tails. I mean, the trend is up, but you would have probably had to take fewer shares. Otherwise, you would have got stopped out if you'd taken a lot of shares. And with a tight stop, you may have got stopped out along the way several times. But this is definitely, I mean, now the trend is up and it's broken through that 10:30 mark. 5 times it hit it on the daily chart, going back to what day is that? 23rd of February. Be a moment, guys. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm just keep an eye on this ENVX. Okay, there's some nice top bottoming tails. I mean, the longer this base is at 11, what's the spread like? Good spread, 1106, 1107. The longer this base is right around here, we get some volume popping it through. I mean, it's still got tons of room up to 13. I'm not saying it's getting to 13, of course, but until it hits any sort of resistance, and that's where it would be at 13. All right, guys, 11:51. So again, Chris will be in our YouTube room in about 9 minutes. So I'm just getting ready to take my break. ALKT. There's a pop now for ALKT right through the VWAP, guys. 1232. Keep an eye on this one. This is not a bank, though, is it? It's a Alchemy. No, it's not a bank. Well, credit union services, et cetera. So I don't know. So a lot of these are just getting lumped into the sector, into the financial sector. So keep an eye on this one. I mean, it's through the VWAP right now at 1232. And obviously it's got a ton of room to the highs of the day, 1390. And that is the ALKT. There it goes. Yeah, so you can't have a tight stop. That's the whole thing. Yeah, with the WAL, you cannot have a tight stop. You have to, take fewer shares, wider stop. Yeah, otherwise you'll get knocked out. But if a stock is going to move $3, $4, $5, it won't matter. I mean, within reason. With a wider stop and fewer shares. And it is, so it is now halted on the way down. So yeah, so the bloom may be over on all these big pops, guys, all these big recoveries. I can only look at WAL, but let's see Zion. Is it? Yeah, so you can kind of see that we're starting to get some red candles now. We had some nice pops in these, some recoveries, but starting to get some red candles now. It would not surprise me if these started, moving down again. So let me put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Chris for his hour in YouTube between 12 and 1 Eastern time. All right, FRC on the way down. Yes, on the way down, guys. So now we're starting to see all those beautiful bounces. We're starting to see these regionals start to give it up. My guess, if you don't want to play the individual stocks, just keep an eye on KBE and look what's happening with KBE. I asked earlier, is there for those who don't want to short, ooh, what happened there? For those who don't want to short, is there, how do you go long? Is there a long version? In other words, the reverse of KBE somewhere? Anybody know? So you can buy it as KBE is moving down. Yeah, as though is more, in my opinion, like FAS and FAZ is more like all the banks. I'm talking about the regional banks, okay? I'm talking about something that you could, if you don't want to short KRE, because this is the regional bank ETF. So I'm looking for the short version of the regional bank ETF, if there is one.
I just don't know if there is, Barry.
I didn't hear you.
I figured as much.
You snuck in like a little mouse
for a minute or two. Listen.
All right, just give me a moment as I'll let
Yes,
people know that I'll be taking my break. Okay.
Take your time. Take your time.
Okay, so guys, Chris is in our YouTube room, so I'm just going to put my announcement in on a break. Back. What a morning, Chris. Back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay. Okay, guys, so I'll put myself on mute in the main room. and in our Discord room. Not that there's anybody really there. Now I can talk to you, Chris, in the in YouTube.
What about
Yeah, so
Tom?
you don't know a an ETF like the reverse ETF
I
for
can't think of one
KRE?
for KRE. No, I mean, no.
Yeah,
I wonder if there has to be one, right?
you would think there'd be one, but maybe I don't know. Maybe if there is one, maybe it's not that. I mean, look at this: 60 million shares have traded in this one. I mean, I don't mind going short this, but there are people that just won't go or can't go short based on their account. So I was thinking, okay, what can you buy to take advantage of these
Yep.
things moving down again?
Let's see.
It's funny, Chris,
Fast web search.
here we're going along last Wednesday, just a typical, and then all of a sudden Thursday it just hits the fan, and here we are in this an amazing, just amazing number of, well, on the short side and the long side, now with these bounces that have taken place, but my 10-day daily breakdown has just gone absolutely crazy with all these banks.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I was really very ignorant to what was going on last week, and I still kind of am, and don't really care. All I know is that the charts are beat up, and I'll proceed accordingly.
Well, you should care.
And I know that I have no money invested with anything whatsoever that it has to do with any of this. So I'm sorry for anybody that does, but that's it.
Well, really, yeah. I mean, it's obviously if you got in SIVB directly, you're out of luck because that's basically going to be, I guess, delisted and all. The other ones are just it's more sympathy right now. I mean, there's no real reason other than a sympathy play. A lot of these things will recover probably, but right now, just a matter of trying to figure out a way to trade them either on the upside or the downside.
Exactly. And I just know that, the more everybody's screaming for the world to end and the financial system is going to collapse and all those things like that, I know the less I need to be worried.
No, I mean, I guess the good news was, that because this bank, I sort of knew a little bit about this bank before, but certainly not to the extent that I know now. But I mean, a bank to all the high tech firms in Silicon Valley, basically that's why it's called Silicon Valley Bank, and also biotechs. So they were the bank of choice. And this is not a fly by night bank, and they've been doing this for decades. Well, a long time. So it's not that this was highly speculative even. We can't sort of blame them. I mean, yeah, getting into bonds and then having interest rates, go high on them. I mean, that's from what I read, that's the main concern.
Yeah.
But the big deal now is that at least companies that had a lot of money with them, they're going to get their money out. So that's really the bottom line. So it really shouldn't be affecting all these other banks, but hey, it's all emotional.
Nope, that's exactly it. And, contagion spreads, and we know how pack mentality, all those things like that.
Exactly.
Really reach into all these things. So yeah, I was just doing some web search. I switched the screen real quick and let you get out of here. But the SKF, it's the ultra short financials overall. So I'm, doing some web search. That's all I could really find. 6 ways to short financials. I mean, here's I'll put this in Slack in our channel, and then I'll put it in this.
Yeah, I see that.
6 ways to short from the NASDAQ here. 6 ways to short financials with the NASDAQ. So.
Because somebody mentioned FAS and FAS. I mean, yes,
Right.
but those are, I think, just like SKF. I think they're more for the overall.
Yeah, that's. I think so too. I'm just not seeing it if it exists, or at least it's not jumping right out on a quick web search.
Yeah.
So, anyways, we're going way into your break here, and you need
thank you. Yeah,
your beauty voice.
Okay.
Okay, we'll see you in a little bit, Eric. Barry, take care.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right, everybody. So hopefully happy Monday. Hopefully you all are enjoying some bounces here and nobody ran right into short anything on the open. Had you been short the end of last week and into the open today, you'd be feeling pretty good about yourself right now. Can't blame you. not a whole lot going on for me. I took one trade in TGTX on a bounce. That's it for me. Was watching it here on 15. Took it on anticipation as 15 break. When we had this topping wick happen here, I got out as it was pulling back some. When I pulled up a little bit afterwards. So did I leave some money on the table? I don't know, maybe. Obviously I got out at a lower price than it had made for highs, but I'm okay with that for the day, and we'll see if we can't find something else later in the day here. We're bouncing under, I think, 390 on the SPY right now. And again, folks, if people have questions, please, fire those away for me. These sessions are never meant to be me just talking to you in the sense they're here for your education. You guys asking the questions, driving the content, that kind of thing. But anyway, so SPY, pound, pinned underneath 390 again here. I would suspect that this is going to be a line of interest moving forward. Take the bigger picture look on all this stuff here. And yeah, so that's what we got going on. Where's my handy tool? There we go. So I just want to illustrate this here. So look, price has memory, bang, all through here, here, back here, here, and here we are at 390 again. So time will tell what happens here. We've drawn this trend line a million times. Let's draw it again. Pretty good trend line there, and we could see here, we bang, 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 banged up through it, tested it, bounced off it, and back down under it right now. So, I mean, the overall action is bearish. It just doesn't feel bearish with a lot of conviction, especially considering all the really bad news that is, continuously coming out. So SVB or whatever it is, and inflation, and war and famine, and like I said, you could always look at the macroeconomic picture and feel terrible about everything, and yet the market over the long term is always outperforming that. So there we are. There's definitely green shoots to be had in some places. Watching this Indy here, I've been in and out of this on some swing trades over the last couple of months. It's hard to believe that I can say that, but since sometime in mid-January, so I've been in and out of this a few times, looking at it again. Nice strong bounce here. It sold off last week, but it didn't sell off like a lot of other things. Semiconductors haven't been terrible over the last few months. Let's SMH. FRCJ. What is FRC coming up on your race? But it's a bank. It's, I think, First Republic Bank. It probably has a different ticker. That's probably like preferred shares or something like that. That it's FRCJ. So yeah, looking at the semiconductors here. I mean, look at the semiconductors compared to what the market's done overall. They're looking pretty decent here, to be honest with you. If they could get up above this 250 level, I think 270, 280 are next if they can get up, maybe 255. But I feel like 250 puts some conviction back in this. We can split hairs on numbers going all the way up, by fives on this if we wanted. But yeah, that's what that is. So I'd look at, let's see, FRC. Yeah, so just look at FRC. Get rid of the -J. It's First Republic Bank there, Peter. So FRCJ is probably like preferred stock or not a warrant. Yeah, I'm gonna guess a preferred, but it's halted. I don't believe this is the first halt that it's had today, right? No, it's not halted. I don't know why my chart is showing halted. Huh. Whatever. Anyways. Yeah, look at, you've got all these preferred stock versions of it. FRCJ, FRCN, FRCM, but FRC, that's all you need is FRC. Just look at that. That's, that's where you can find an instrument to trade out of those ones there. Let's see if FRCJ. Yeah, 1/40th interest in a share, non-cumulative. 8-share preferred stock, exactly. So these are preferred stock shares. That's all. Whenever you see any kind of dash in something, it's always going to be preferred. That's generally how that stuff works. Again, folks with questions, fire those away, please. Not a whole lot else on my radar today. I'll be honest. I didn't look at much else. That TGTX kind of, set the tone well for me, and happy with that. I was looking at CMND here, big gap up, ran its way up and kind of just sitting here basing. We'll see. I think it's no happy accident that, ran into resistance right in here. We can see going back, that's, big level for it to get through. It's $5 to start with. It's always going to be tough. And then, when you've already got price as a poor memory of that area, the memory is strong, but not of good memories for trying to get through 5 on the stock. So nonetheless, I got a price alert set here just above VWAP. We'll see what happens if it ever get up in that region again. It's going to have to really be an A+ setup coming into that. It can't be something that just runs away into it. I won't have any interest if it does that whatsoever. CBAY was active, I guess, a couple of months ago now, right? Yeah. Back into January there. Having himself a nice day here. On the, volume's only 1 on the relative. Liquidity's 700,000. So it's okay. But, bounced here at that $8 level, defended that. So, you got to like that. Kind of following the market a little bit here. What do I mean by that? Well, let's put up these 15-minute charts, and, here's the SPY, and it, gap down, moved up, consolidated for, half an hour, 45 minutes, then moved up, consolidated. Again, this, gap down, moved up, consolidated a little longer. The move up was a little longer. The consolidation was a little longer. Then a move up again while we're consolidating. So now following the market to a T, a little bit alpha to the market. So not too shabby of a look. It's already up, almost 10%, 9.5%. So I don't know that there's a whole lot of meat left on that. And this $9 is, I bet, going to be a challenge. But, maybe if it bases here, the market continues to help push it. 935, give or take up here, might not be an unrealistic target. 935 with a $9 stop, for example. Not a bad risk reward. If we get a little more market on our side, I wouldn't be running after this now, up from this breakout of 870, 875, it's already up a quarter from that breakout, struggling at 9. So, but we'll see. We'll see. Not a terrible look. These are things that might set up for later. I'd throw a price alert on that. Why not? Can't hurt, right? Unless I make a bad entry, that'll hurt. RF was great. Got an earliest and out. 1947 was the fastest mover from the open on TI scan for commercial banks. Great scanner. Thank you, Hans. Appreciate that. Let's take a look at RF. RF, what are you doing now? Oh, great reversal. Yeah. Look at that. I mean, insane volume, great liquidity. Well, all right, great liquidity, great volume. Kicking around at just over 9.5 or 9 2/3 volume over relative volume there, and about to be 22 million shares traded any second if it isn't already. What a move down and a reverse on that. So, see if it's got any more legs in it here. Rejected off that 20, trying to get up and fill that gap. So. We're going to see a lot of these, and then I think as let's call it, as the dust settles over the next, I don't know, is it 24 hours? Is it 48 hours? Is it a week? Is it 2 weeks? Because that the politicians are going to get involved, and what happened, and dog and pony show everybody in front of everybody, out there to pretend like they care. But all we need to do is look at charts and see what reacts healthy after this and what doesn't. And things that got beat up and then act healthy afterwards and are possibly oversold might make for some good longer term entries on some of these regional banks here. I would also say that for any of you that are ever looking for dividend stocks, look into some of these regional banks that just got beat up real bad and then look healthy, have decent charts afterwards. The ones that recover. Maybe look into some of those dividends for longer term plays if those are the kind of things you're into. That's what I do with much of my retirement. Is I look for healthy dividends. I want to see increasing dividends year over year, 3, 5, lifetime, things like that nature. So for anybody that is interested, I have created a dividend list. I'll update it again. I updated it about a 5 or 6 weeks ago. Update again probably sometime this week. You go to symbols list and you go to add existing list, you can find Chris's dividend list here. All right. I'm going to give you a list of dividend stocks. Now, I don't have the dividend data to share with you. I did my own personal research on the dividend using other platforms than TI, because, all we have is this for dividend. This is going to be it right here. This filter here. This is a custom that I was playing with, but never mind that. So that's all we're going to have on dividend. But I can promise you that any of the stocks that are on that list, they've got some research behind them, I promise. But look at them, do your own research. But at least it can narrow it down to a pool of, I think I put 100 stocks on there. They narrow it down to a pool of 100 stocks from, a few thousand, and figure it out from there. But, for those of you that have a more long-term interest and outlook, like I said, I find some stocks that I feel are healthy charts with very healthy dividends, and buy, reinvest the dividend. And, I only watch for big breakdowns of the chart, and that's it. It's got to be a really big breakdown. I don't care if the chart's in a bit of a fall for some time. That's irrelevant to me. And again, folks with questions, fire away, please. On the race here, I don't think there's a whole lot going on. Let me see, I got that First Republic's won a few races here. EUDA, what are you? Health Holdings, I have no idea. Not really interested in this. Kind of all over the place and very shadowy up and down. Spread isn't bad. I thought the spread was going to be much worse on this. And it gets over that VWAP. Maybe it makes it run back at 3 again. Someone's looking for that kind of play like that. Maybe use the bottom of this area here as a stop. I could see that. I could see that as a reasonable setup happening here. Break and hold above VWAP. Stop around 250. Looking for a target at 3. It's like a 1-1 ratio on the risk reward. Not the best, not the worst. SPAC chat room hype. Okay, well then I'll just be staying right away from that. IREN. Irene. Oh, it's really Irene. Iris Energy is what it actually is. Nothing here. Big move up, kind of giving it back up today. I don't anticipate it really recovering at this point. Terrible looking daily chart too, but there it is nonetheless. Much less likely to set up a scenario on the stock that I would like personally, but I'm not even going to set a price alert for it. But maybe someone else finds something here that they like, or maybe they want to break down more, all the short back to break the low, the low of the day. I don't know. Not for me, but there it is. That was something that came through the races. Silvergate. I think this is some kind of crypto nonsense, right? It looks like it has support at around $0. Yeah, so that's what I'd go with. Yeah, support around $0. Whatever this is, I'm sure it's going bankrupt or destroyed. Yeah, commercial banking. And I believe crypto, right? Let's look. Bank loan services, financial infrastructure. And said digital currency industry. Yeah, goodbye. Adios, my friend. So yeah, there's nothing to even look at as far as I'm concerned there. So that's the big ones as far as what's come through that race. Blue made this early move. Another not so healthy looking daily chart. Excuse my yawning. Yeah, not so healthy looking daily chart on that as well. Ran right up to Friday's high for giving it back up again. And, good volume, good liquidity. So, too much resistance, too much jumbled to get through right there on this daily chart for me here. But 5 million shares traded and nearly 4 3/4 times what it's doing relative volume. So that's that. Let's look at the lower scan. We talked about that already. We talked about those. Not nothing really. OCEA. It was a high flyer from back a few weeks ago, right? Yeah, months and weeks ago. No, nothing nothing here. I mean, yeah, sure, it's traded 1.5 million shares, but there's no interest in this whatsoever, as far as I'm concerned. Not to say it can't explode, and maybe, I don't know, maybe someone's looking and a 9 break and they think it might catch some legs and run. Hey, you want to throw a 10, 9 break. Maybe you want to throw a price alert there, but I'm not feeling it, to say the least. Let's see. Gold having itself an okay day here. Gap up, holding that gap for now. Gold has a similar theme this year to what it did last year. And what do I mean by that? So last year, gold had a strong start to the year. This year, gold had a strong start to the year and then gave it up big and giving it up good right now. Does history repeat or not? That's for you to decide. But I mean, look at this here, and that's what it did. Very eerily similar to what happened last year with gold. So let's see. The bigger picture in gold is still a long-term downtrend as far as I'm concerned, but it doesn't mean it's not tradable when it's got, days and weeks like this. So let's see, what's the worst that could happen? We keep an eye on a chart that never materializes to anything, right? We don't have to trade it, but it would be foolish not to pay attention to it. Let's see, silver, hi-ho, silver. Silver, very similar. Looking at silver from last year, not as nice of a start as gold and then gave it up. Not as nice of a start, but silver started bouncing a little before gold in October, but, moving down again. So again, is it this? Is it this? Or is it this? What's it going to be? What's it going to be, silver? So that's the silver miners. I would look at SLV for actually silver itself, and similar kind of idea, similar theme here anyways. I have two schools of thoughts on this. One is, I get it. Silver and gold have always been a traditional flight to safety. Always. Right up until recently, for whatever reason. I don't know, recently 3 years, 4 years, 5 or 10 years, whatever you want to call it. So I'm not going to argue with history and the fact that that's what's always happened with gold and silver. But my stance is this. Silver and gold have as many real world cases as Bitcoin does, which is zero. There's absolutely no real world case for it. I can't take it and do anything with it, literally anything. I mean, at least with silver and gold, I can smash someone's window with it, I guess. I can't do that with Bitcoin, but I can't buy anything with any of it. Realistically, I can't go to the supermarket and buy groceries. I can't pay my electric bill with it. I can't pay my car payment with it. I can't buy a new computer for it. Can't pay my rent with it. Can't pay my mortgage with it. I can't do any of those things. Yes. Are there some people that accept cryptocurrencies in general and Bitcoin? Yes, there is. It's probably less than 0.0000001% of all businesses. So, I'm working in reality here. And it's the same thing for silver and gold. Now, with all that said, I'll trade any of these things if I believe that there's a setup in a chart that works for me and it meets my criteria and I can make money. Absolutely, I'm going to trade them. I see no reason to invest in any one of them, at least not for me. I don't have the money to invest in these things long term. And perhaps I'm going to miss out on it. But I can tell you one thing, for long-term investing, not trading, long-term investing, the style that Warren Buffett has done for the last 60 something years seems to have crushed everybody. And there's not even a close second. Everybody else so far is back. They can be maybe considered fifth place at very best to Warren Buffett. So I don't see any reason to get away from what he does. Healthy stocks, been around a long time. Some pay dividends, they're healthy bottom lines, healthy balance sheets, looks into management, all that stuff like that. I can't do any of that with cryptocurrencies and gold and mining and silver and mining and all that stuff. I can't do any of that stuff. So it just doesn't work for me. That's all. And again, this is not a knock on it. There's absolutely people that have crushed the market trading and investing in gold and silver. Those people are probably 1,000 times smarter than me, and God bless them all. And I hope they all do it again. They just do it without me. That's all. Interesting. I didn't know that, Hans. Good. Thanks for pointing that out. Very good. So anyways, that's my silver and gold rant. Anybody that's been here enough has heard my silver and gold rant enough times. And again, I have them on my liked list for a reason. It's not because I think they're nice to have there. I think it's important to look at them because they do have a lot of history in this market. And, something just because it goes out of favor for a year, 2, 3 years, when it's got 60, 70, 80, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 years of history. I mean, we can look back in history forever, and what gold and silver have done throughout history. So I would absolutely be a fool to ignore gold and silver. But like I said, I have other interests as far as long-term goes, and gold and silver are more trades for me. Oof. Okay, interesting. Good to know that. Thanks, Hans. So TGTX here. Oh, I made mention of this. I wasn't feeling great about my exit earlier when it was banging here and trying to hold on to that 1530 level. I feel better about my exit now because even if it makes a return, I have no way to know that I was going to do that. And I exited up here, and that's the end of it. I made my exit, and so be it. And like I said, did I leave about 13, 14 cents on the table on that trade? Yeah, I left, per share. Yeah, I left 13, 14 cents. So I'd love to have had that. Of course, why not? I would have made the trade quite a bit better. But we're cool. It's cool. It happened. That's the way it goes. VKTX. It's an interesting stock. I've been watching this one pretty hard for a long time. I keep taking it on and off my liked list. Got this that happened here going out of last year and coming into this year, and it's held. Came back down here, bounced under 10 of UFs. Nope, bounced, not even 210, and bouncing again here. So I'd like to see it claim back over 11 again, and I'd feel a little better about it. But I mean, again, I like compare charts, and this is why. Where's my compare chart here? Look at VKTX and the SPY. All right, the SPY is so flat like this, and what I don't want people to do with this compare chart is don't look at where price is to prices in that sense. Look at the movement of these charts, this flat move, and you had this here where, VKTX was moving down much more than the SPY was moving down, even though the SPY was moving down at this point. But then we made a move up, much bigger than the SPY made a move up. And then we really skyrocketed. What SPY stayed relatively flat. All right. And we consolidated and made a move up, and now we pull back. So VKTX, something I'm going to continue to look at for, I keep trading in and out of it. I haven't taken it home overnight. Therapeutics, it's really skeptical in this environment, taking home anything overnight too often. And it's therapeutics more than anything else, pharmacies, therapeutics, biotech, anything like that. So, make of that what you will. Now, I forgot I wanted to mention this. So anybody that was here, I don't know, it's got to be a month ago. As a matter of fact, it would be a month ago tomorrow. How could I forget? A tale of getting punched in the face really hard. So I had a long-term position, not long-term, but I had a swing position CRDO. I got some of it here over this 15 break, and then I sold some up here. And when I didn't get the top, all right, I actually sold some on the way down this day. And then I bought some back up on this day as it was going up. And I was feeling really good about this trade. And then some news came out about one of their biggest purchasers was going to scale back and weakness and whatever. And this happened to me overnight. And I mean, it slaughtered everything that I did and really got to me. And, my stop was down in this area here, after it had made that bounce on there. So I blew through my stop overnight. There's nothing I could do about that. So on the open the next morning, I was going to get out that day no matter what, but I thought let's wait for a little bit of a bounce and see what happens if I can get a little bit less pain, but 10 was going to be an out no matter what. And, I got a bit of a bounce, and I was like, all right, maybe I'm going to recover. And as soon as it started pulling off that bounce, I just sold it. I didn't really get much of that bounce, to be honest, if anything at all. and I sold it. And then it continued to do this, and it bounced, and it's going back down. Now, what I want to illustrate here is that this was painful. I mean, this was painful. This kicked my butt. This really put a really big dent on a couple of weeks worth of trading for me. Wiped it all out and then some. It happens, you know what I mean? But what I didn't do was say, all right, well, it'll come back and whatever else. It blew through my stop. It just got out. That was it. Had to rip that Band-Aid off. So just in case, maybe it's struggling with risk management and those demons of I'll just hold a little longer. I'll just hold a little longer. Just holding a little longer will always lose you a lot of money. Holding a little longer will always lose you a lot of money. That's how that works. Get out when it is time to get out. NFE real rollover on daily with nice little bull trap today. Small scalp. So let's look at NFE. Let's see. New Forest Energy. Yeah, so getting rejected off this. Kind of filling the gap here and got rejected off the top of that gap. Flying around this 31 level, just under 31 here. So, yeah, all right. Natural gas distribution. We all know that natural gas has been taken to the woodshed and then some. Looking at this level here, definitely a significant level to look at. The low of today. I guess I clicked the wrong thing. Excuse me for a second while I get the right thing. Got the right one, baby. There we go. All right. So look, price doing that thing with memory that we like to talk about here. So, well, let's see here which way it could go. A breakdown of this level would be fairly devastating to the shareholders of that stock. Holding that level isn't great for them, but certainly better than a breakdown. Breakdown. CMND. What should have told you to stay away from it today? I don't know what should have told you to stay away from it today. Let's look at the chart. It's such a subjective question, Peter. There is no one thing that says stay away from something. But, I talked about this earlier. Maybe you missed it early when I talked about this. And the thing gapped up huge and then ran, right, all the way up to $5. So that's one that says stay away from it, to me anyways. I'm not going to run after something like that. And then it came and met VWAP and then it broke down VWAP. So, and it was still so far extended off that 8 EMA, and then on top of that, you've got an extremely weak market, at least for the day, at least on the open. And then you've got you ran up to $5. $5 is a huge resistant level for any stock. And it was a resistance level here, and it was a resistance level there, and it was a resistance level here and here and here and here and here and here. So all those things for me would have said there is absolutely no reason to go running after the stock, especially if I'm going to go after this in the first 15 minutes or half an hour. Where am I putting my stop? Am I putting it at the bottom here of the day? That's still a really far way to go on a day trade. I'm putting it at the bottom of this gap. That's an insane stop to have on a day trade, at least for me anyways. Everybody's going to have different risk managements, and someone else would say, why is that an insane stop? I don't think that's an insane stop. And that's what makes this stuff subjective. That's just my trading. That is nobody else's trading. So those are the things I'd point to that, Peter. Those are the things I'd point out. Do you have a cup and handle scan or suggestion on how I could build one? Should that pattern for years, but would find them by sifting through charts for hours. I would suggest position in ranges and on the time frames. I have used this for a long time and found some nice cup and handles. I'm going to share it with you. Just give me a moment. Copy. So you can use that, and then I'll go over it now. You're not going to find too much on it right now because of, I scan in the evening with this, and I'm looking on daily charts. It's been less great since, the middle of last year or beginning of last year or whatever. But let's see if anything here will stand out for this kind of stuff. Yeah, some stuff that could have in the past, but not doing it right now. Okay, so here's one. You got this and this here. So, you got a cup and handle-ish kind of happening here. All right. So, it was never designed to find that, but for about 2 years, I was finding a lot of these here like this. So What I did with this scan is I said, scan, I want you to find me stocks that, this scan, sorry. I said, scan, I want you to find me stocks between $4 and $40. You can change that, of course. Trade at least 750,000 shares on the day with a relative volume of 1. Got to be 75% above the low of a 20-day range, and I want to see that they're 75% above the low of today's range. Now, you might want to do something like this 75% here, and then maybe take like a 5-day range and put it at like 80 or 90% or something like that. There's different ways that you could go into the scan and put some twists on it that make it your own. But anyways, when swing trading environment was a little nicer, I found some real bangers out of this one. I mean, some real bangers too. Maybe it'll never work again. I don't know. I mean, I still get some okay stuff out of it. Not like I was though from like 2019 to the end of 2021, let's call it. I had two plus solid years. I was just really, really pumping out some good ideas. At least for me, I was doing all right there. Are you better off trying to find descending channels or descending triangles, as those are usually patterns that are made after the cup? I don't know. I don't get too technical into those patterns. I mean, I know them because of CMT and all that stuff like that, taking the courses. But it's not something I'm looking at. I'm really just looking at volume, price, where it's been, an overhead supply, what overhead supply looks like OTEX. Like so many charts are going to look like this, where they've got a lot of overhead supply because we pushed down for so long. So it starts to become, where do you think the overhead supply has been absorbed enough on something like this? I would say. Obviously, finding a either descending triangle or descending channel, descending wedge. They would be nice as those kinds of moves do equal these kinds of things coming out of something like this. So I personally, in this environment, that I'm still biding my time, waiting for the market itself to really turn and show to me we're ready for a next bull run. Now, obviously, you'll never know that the next bull run's here till hindsight. It's going to be hindsight. That's all there is to it. But I want to put myself in a position where I could say, geez, some of the stuff has really stopped going down. And that's the first thing that stocks have to do to go up is stop going down. Something like this, stop going down, right? Stop going down here. Couldn't take that out. Couldn't take that out. Couldn't take that out. We're really making higher lows and higher highs on something like this. Now, is that it? Is this the end of the line for it? I don't know. But it can't hurt but watch. Can't hurt but keeping an eye. Not bad either. 800,000 shares on the day. 3 on the relative volume. On cup and handles, most important is the breakout from the pivot point near the handle, especially breakdown or break after that. Yeah. So, on this here, we'd be looking at this level here. That's what I'd be looking at right now. And not only that, but let's look at how that coordinates with back here, to that gap. It's prior support become resistance. And if it gets back over it, does it become support again? It's actually a really nice setup that's happening here. Very nice setup, to be honest. But it doesn't mean you just go run out and buy a stock. But I mean, it gets over this 36 level here. Obviously $40 could be a challenge, but I'm looking more at this level up here. I'm guessing 41 or 42. Yeah, 41 and change, 41.50. So there's things I point you to. Stocks are going to cycle on and off this for now based on, all the filters. No, that's nothing there. INDI, it's not going to be a cup and handle at all, but I do like this stock. Newer issue, semiconductor. Has this become one of those? We had, price got some memory here and became resistance. Now it's through. Does it become support? It doesn't necessarily need to test it to be support. But I'd be looking at this. Earnings are behind it. It's not in a sector that's, getting pounded recently. Well, I tell you, I take a look at this. It's really simple. This setup, that scan that I just shared there. Go with the TAN for short. But I tell you, I'd look through this, and then maybe you want to add another filter in there. Like I said, something to see. Here's the problem with this scan. It also will find you things that have done something like PRVB, where it just shot up through. So maybe you want to add some other kind of shorter term position and range filter and give it a minimum and maximum value. Like I don't want to see it X amount above the 5-day either. Windows continue to disappear when you add them in the web version. I don't know. Wouldn't even know where to start with the web version, to be honest on that. Let me load the web version really quick. All right, where would we find stuff on the web version? They'd have to be somewhere here in your doc somewhere. They've got to be here. I'd go to Windows. I'd go Tools and go to Windows, see if that brings anything up for you. And then I would take the container window and move it. Look around in there, because everything's got to live within this container of the web here. It can't be anywhere else. You've got to absolutely be in this container. So that's what I do. How do I see? I'm not sure what you're asking there, TS, on that second question. Oh, this is going to make me shut down my layout, isn't it? That's very unfortunate. I'm going to lose all my data from the day. No, it worked. Okay, thank God. Perfect. But they are not appearing anywhere. Then you somehow closed them. That's the only explanation. They got to be closed somehow. Yep, you must have closed them somewhere. Make a blank canvas. I would just go in and close everything. You can do. You can go. Let's see. Pop out. Is that going to do what I want? No. Go ahead and just X the whole thing out, and then go either new. Sorry, I'm not connected. Let me see if I can connect. So I would X this whole container window out, and then I would go, either new and whatever windows you want to build on there, or you can go tools and load from cloud, right? That's what I would do. Ascending triangle, I'll be honest, Tan, I wouldn't really know where to look for an ascending triangle. My suggestion would be through trial and error, some range and position and range filters on different time frames. So TS, let me know if that makes sense to you, what I just showed you there. I would go through here and I would kill that one, kill the container window, and then start to build and load what you want, and then obviously save it. You can save as your default layout, start there if you wanted to afterwards, and then save it to the cloud as well. Do not forget to save it to the cloud. Those are the things I'd point you towards for that. But yeah, so Tin, I would throw out to you something like this. This is what I always suggest with any kind of patterns. Try to, pull up a chart of the pattern and then look at what the pattern did over a certain period of time, and then start looking at range. All right, we've got range in a number of filters here. All right, position and range. Position and range, and maybe change. All right. Maybe some of these change filters as well. All right. Got them in some intradays and daily time frames. Those are the kinds of things that I would be looking at. No, you can't add them to the channel bar. Channel bars are set and fixed. You can't edit channel bars. Whether it's the web version or not, the channel bars are set and fixed. I really haven't been able to play with it, WC. It's impossible for me to do all the work that I do here in Trade Ideas, actually manage my own accounts, and then take the Trade the Pool challenge. I can't, I'm trading my real money, you know what I mean? So I can't do it right now. I played with the platform, WC. I like the platform. It seems pretty clean cut and easy to me, all of it, to be honest. So, that's what I could give you for my 2 cents there. But, as far as doing the actual challenge, I can't, it's no more difficult than anything else. And I would say for anybody that is, still trying to find their way, it's going to keep you honest, because, there's no way to fudge those numbers, for getting your account proved by Trade the Pool. But to me, it was a very clean, easy order system, buying in and out, very, very, very straightforward. There's no tips, or there's no tricks or hidden things in that for buying and selling, whether you're going in a limit or market, stop, limit, stop, just a regular stop, all those things like that. But as far as taking the challenge, if I'm being honest, it won't be happening anytime in the near future. I am, one of the reasons why I stopped doing my 3:30 session here is I'm just overstretched. I simply don't have time to do all the things that I'm actually tasked with anymore. I'm overstretched, and I actually burned out several months ago. I was very burnt out. That's so, kind of unfortunate. I would like to take the Trade the Pool challenge. I wouldn't mind having another funded account from someone. So maybe at some point when things are a little calmer for me and I don't have to focus on my own personal trading as much, maybe that's at the point where I'll do that. Maybe in summertime when things are a little quieter, because things usually quiet down in the summer a little bit. I want to create my own blank one. How to anchor a chart to a scanner bar instead of using a channel. So yeah, what I would do, TS, is this, start with the blank canvas, right? Just like this. I got a blank canvas, and I would go new and alert window, and I'd build my alert window, right? And, I'm not going to build one out, but, here's my alert window. Bang, it's built. All right. And then I would go, new, and build my topless window if I want topless, and bang, there's my topless window, right? And then new, and, I've got a single stock window, and I've got my single stock window, and bang, there's my single stock window, and new. And here's my chart window, right? And there's, and all these things, obviously, you're going to edit and change them and customize them to what you want, And, I want a second chart window, and bang, well, that's not what I wanted. I want a second chart window, and bang, there's my second chart window. Get out of here. And bang, there's my second chart window. And once I got this the way I wanted, then I would go to Tools, Save as Default Layout, and I would save it to the cloud. So those are the things that I would point you towards doing. Now, obviously, in here, to change and edit the scan, click on the 3 bars, configure, and you're going to come in here, and you're going to figure what alert do you want checked. Scroll through these, or search what you want. Filters are going to do the same thing. Give them the min and max values. Search for what you want. Show all, hide unused, whatever you got to do in here. No, yeah, you can have it. Symbol linking. Right click, symbol linking. Uncheck symbol linking if you want. You don't have the symbol linking where you can link it to individual scans, actually. Yeah, you're right. I don't think. Yeah, no, you don't. So yeah, you can either have them linked or unlinked, but you can't link them to individual scans like you can with the downloaded version, unfortunately. You are limited in that capacity. You are limited in that capacity, unfortunately. Yeah, symbol linking. Let's see. I don't see symbol linking in the. Yeah, no symbol linking on the scans themselves. Nope, no symbol linking. Sorry, it's either linked or unlinked. You can do that on the downloaded version. So let me get rid of this really quick. Let me get back into the Windows app here. And so look, if I right click on my top list window and I go to symbol linking, see how I have these different colors. And if you look here, you can see this T is a red and you can see my chart is red like that. That indicates that these are linked to each other specifically. So I've got everything linked red here versus if I bring over, I've got this S&P single stock window or SPY single stock window and the SPY chart window. Notice that they are green. So they're linked green. And if I right click, you can see here in symbol linking, green. And again, symbol linking, green. You link all, and then you have these different categories that are in here. So, not a million to choose from, but there's a few. You're welcome, TS. You might want to look into, a couple of gentlemen that I know and something in life that I know from they're big tech guys actually. And they mentioned to me about VMware and something else, that there's some free options for virtual machines out there. Maybe take a look into some of that and seeing if you can't find yourself a free virtual machine. Can't hurt, nothing ventured, nothing lost, right? As the saying goes. So I'd point you towards that to take a look. See if you can't find that to get yourself a free virtual machine. Now, I know we are working on unifying this whole thing as one single web application, or however it's going to turn out, but it's going to be one for everybody. It doesn't matter if you're on a Mac, you're on a PC, you're on Linux, you're on Chromebook, whatever. We're going to have one app across everything that does everything that the Windows app does. So that is coming. It is actively being worked on. There is a team that is their sole dedication in life, or in their TI life anyways. Is it going to be ready next month? No. Is it going to be ready in 3 months from now? Highly doubt it. 6 months, we might see some live testing of it going on in 6 months. Sure, why not? I'll throw that out there. If you hold me to it, I'll say you were a liar, and I never said any of that, just so you all know. But the one thing that I won't, that is absolutely true and, could be discussed is we have an entire team, a team that is their sole Trade Ideas focus, is creating that unified version of the software across whatever platform you're using. I'm sure someone will get left out because that's the way it always works. But no, but it'll be for whether you're a Mac user, Windows user, Linux user, won't matter. For those three anyways. There's some other platform or some other OS that exists out there that I'm missing. Well, too bad. Get with something more mainstream is all I can tell you. All right, so look, I haven't really been watching the market, but I can tell you that the market's selling off by this right now. I mean, inverse. And whenever I see this, it means the market's selling off, and it's necessarily an inverse. So, there we go. CMND, we've talked about this several times. So is it making a setup? Is it making a run to come back up again? Look at this, how it, came down here, caught this 815 EMA based. Now it's going to come up here. It's got the VWAP to fight with. Is it done for the day? I don't know. I certainly don't have a lot of confidence getting through $5 right there, but things got 1.9 million in float. So, Yeah, we only have it in dollars, Hans. That's all we have it in. You can. There's probably a way to do it with the custom to put it as a percent. Email info@trade-ideas.com for some help with customs. So if you're not familiar with customs. But yeah, we only have it straight out as that. But there's a way usually to convert anything that's a dollar into a percent, or anything that's a percent into a dollar. Clicking on symbols on the web, so maybe they're not linked. You should be able to look at anything. You shouldn't have to put anything in manually. I mean, here. Log in again. So look, my charts are changing. They should absolutely be changing if they're linked. Anything I'm clicking on. Is FRC a buy? No idea. I have no idea if it's a buy or not. What does your trading plan tell you? Yeah, anyways. So yeah, TS, you should be able to click. Just make sure you got the linking checked on all of them, right? Stop loading. For the love of God. Just make sure it's linked. Here, make sure the chart's linked. Properties, symbol linking is checked. Make sure it's checked. Yeah, see how like this one is changing, but this one isn't because I unchecked it. Wow, this is we're already at 12:55. Holy cow, that was like the fastest hour almost ever.
I didn't hear your little timer go off.
I guess that happens. Time flies when we're having some good conversations.
Chris can't hear me.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's linked or unlinked. There's no link to individual scans on the web one, unfortunately.
Oh, Chris. Chris has still got me on mute. I'm in the YouTube room trying to talk to him, and I think he's got me on mute.
Earphones back in. Listen for the captain to come back. Hopefully he's taking his time, rest his.
Captain's been here for 45 seconds.
Well, I hear you. Just putting him in.
I didn't hear your little timer at 5:02.
Oh, really? You know what? My phone's a little further away from my microphone than it normally is. That could be why. That could be why.
The gentleman who asked about FRC, is it a buy or not? This is what I would say, okay? Because FRC, number one, if you look at FRC right now, it looks like it's basing a little bit, and it's just over the VWAP, 2720. It's just sort of hanging over the VWAP. The problem is if you look at, say, that 11:30 15-minute candle and then the low of the other candles, that's a pretty big range. You're looking at 34.87 down to 27.55. So if you're going to try to take that, you have to take way fewer shares with a wider stop, because if it breaks out that channel one way or the other, great, but where are you going to put your stop? And you're going to really, that, because when you first see it, it looks, oh, that's pretty tight, but it's not as tight as it looks, in my opinion, anyway, just because of the range that, and if it took out the VWAP though underneath, well, 2720, I'd be a little bit interested. I have to admit, I'd be a little bit interested to see what might happen.
So, so you're going to trade it? No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I mean, I've got my sound, I've got my alert. I do have my alert set
Fair
underneath
enough.
the View app. So see if it takes it out later. And, especially if the spy, like the spy is really starting to give it up again. So we'll see what happens. But, I know you can't answer. Is it time
Yeah,
to trade it? Well, you can't answer that. Is it a buy? That was the question.
yeah.
Don't know.
TS on the web version. If you're only going to be able to do this on alert windows, but if the triple bar there that's on the alert window there in the web version, click on that. Go to Actions, click on Actions, and then click Play Sound. And you're only going to get a bell or a ding or anything like that. That's your one and only option on the sound for the web version. And then on the web version for time frame, it's just going to say it up here. You can see I've got the D there. You can change time frame. Let's say I can go 10-minute, and now you see it not do anything because I didn't do it right. Why is that not changing? Barry, why isn't it changing? Oh, because I'm not connected. That's why. It would probably help if I connect back to the web again. So there, now you see it changed to 10 minutes. 15 minutes, whatever you want to go to. So let's see up there, the 15. So that's that. Well, Barry, I guess you've rested your singing voice enough. You're ready to take back.
Me. Yes, I have. Okay, I will take over, Christopher. Nice talking
Sounds
to you
good.
as always.
Yes, the pleasure is always all mine, sir.
And we will probably talk to you tomorrow during our infamous marketing meeting.
Yes. Looking forward to it, like I do to all meetings.
Can't wait. Okay, I just took over. I just took over the screen. So
Perfecto.
you were free to go, my friend.
All right. Take care, everyone. Thanks for hanging with me. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
All the rooms. Okay. And let's see what's happening here. Are we getting anything other than these banks? I'm just kind of looking to see if there's anything else happening other than the banks. I see that, you know what? I see the Hilly. I am just going to forget about Hilly, HLLY. It's miserable. It's kind of what I call a miserable type of a trader. Why do I call it like that? Because, we waited for 2 days for it to take out these highs of Thursday and Friday on the daily chart. It did it. Looked like it wanted to attack, the highs over here. Nope. And this was an earnings play, so there was a reason for this pop. It wasn't just completely fluff, but it just doesn't. These topping tails, the sellers are just knocking it down, and there are shorts available for me too. Not a code, no TS. You can't not. Yeah, you can only have a filter. You can have a filter that shows how far it is away from a moving average, but not an alert. You can't create an alert like it to say, show me when it moves 3% from a certain moving average. No, only you can filter for stocks that are a certain percentage from different moving averages, but you cannot create an actual alert. Now you can create a top list, that shows you, for instance, if you were interested in seeing stocks that were, 3% away from a certain moving average, you could create a top list that will show you stocks that are very close to it and as a filter. And then you'll see the stocks that are close. Sometimes that's even better. You can get prepared for the potential break. But you cannot actually create an alert that's going to say, ding, we just crossed that. Now, on some moving averages, yes, but on some moving averages, so crossing below the 20, 50, and 200. But again, these sometimes need some confirmation, a volume confirmation, and some don't like that. No, there's no, we don't have EMAs at all. I know as crazy as it sounds, we have no EMAs at all. You can put them on your charts, but we don't have EMAs at all as filters or alerts. No, Michael in his Market Explorer has EMA strategies, but I mean, they're very fixed. You cannot adjust them. Why no EMAs? I don't know. Ask the boss. I have no idea. When they started out, I had no idea. It seems a little crazy, but 20 years ago when they started off, they had a bunch of SMAs, and I don't know why. They just figured. I don't know why. I have no answer for that. And no, we have really no plans to create more filters. No. What Michael Noss is trying to do is to create a lot of different scans using things like that in the Market Explorer. Okay, so that's kind of his task. I'm just looking. I'm trying to find. I know there's a. I think he had one that was the 8 EMA cross. I don't know where. I just don't use these. So, but there's all sorts of plans to get that beefed up. Am I a dev for trade? No, I'm not a dev for trade ideas. Not at all. I mean, you can listen if you want. You can support at trade-idea.com and ask for something. No guarantee it'll happen, but it doesn't hurt, I suppose. Coming from the customer is more powerful than coming from me. So yeah, support at trade-ideas.com. Ugh, look at this one. First Foundation, FFWM. Um, Basically an all-time low. Yeah, they haven't added a new alert or a filter for a long time. The majority of our customers, all the alerts and filters that we have is sufficient. But yeah, I know there's the odd customer that says, "Hey, I want to do this," and we have to unfortunately say, "Well, unfortunately, you can't." Boy, FF, I have to put an alert underneath 8 for this one. 87.99 just to see if it takes it out later. FFWN, another in the financial sector, and a more obscure one. I've never heard of this one before, but it's basically an all-time low. So I'm seeing a lot of the stocks that had nice pops, they're all starting to move down now with this market. You know what? I'd be watching a PAC W breakdown. It's just underneath 9. I'd be watching maybe. Well, it's too bad. There's these bottoming tails down here. I wish it were a little tighter. I wish a break of 880. But there's the VWAP also 760. Well, that's far enough away. Just this was sort of the one of the ones that got absolutely. It's this one and SIVB on that day were a couple of the huge winners on the short side. Cult, which is didn't do anything, guys. CALT. Maybe on a different day. I don't know. Not shortable for me. That's right. Not shortable for me. Too bad. Through the VWAP, 2256 through the VWAP. This looks like a really interesting short right now. I just don't have shorts available. Talking about the CALT. All right, NTLA, another one now through the VWAP. 3716 is the VWAP, so it's through the VWAP. This is that blue line. That's a 130 period. This is a Steve special. Steve Gomez special. Okay, so this AI alert is, I mean, it had to pop up. This is an AI alert to short 1177. This is the TRIN, and it is wending its way down. I don't know, you would have been hard pressed to hold on to it as it approached the short area, but hello, paradox. Paradox, you'd say, not paradox, paradox. Yeah, so this is the buyout. It's just showing up a my momentum scan. This is the buyout by Sanofi, I think. Is it Sanofi or is that the one by Pfizer? No, that's the one by Sanofi. SNY. All right, guys. This is another bank, UBSI. I think United Bank shares. Well, you guys been talking about WAL and halted now on the way up. Really, on the way up. Oof, nice. Okay, I'm just kind of looking through some of these ones that won races before, but most of them are now starting to move down, like the market. Okay, so Trin looks like it's got some support around the 11 mark. That's for the TRIN. So far, FFWM does not want to take out 8 so far, which would be, if it did, that would be, I believe, an all-time low. FFWM. M. Now, if the market can kind of turn around a bit, VKTX, VKTX, um, you would have to take out this 1067. I'm just looking here, has an uptrend. It has that red candle, basically totally engulfed by the previous green candle. This candle is green, but it would probably have to get up to 1067. If it did, it has some room. I mean, 1119 is the next high looking left. This is not a bank, so this is, it's a bio. It's just sitting here. Somebody asked in the YouTube room, it says a buy, is FRC a buy? And I mean, look, the top here is about 33 and the bottom here is 27. That's even though it looks tight, it looks really tight. I mean, this is a pretty big range here. So I'm actually, my bias would be if it somehow could take out that 27.31, short it. And that is the VWAP. But I guess if it took out 33, it's got a ton of room on top. It does look like it's trying to curl just a little bit. All right, guys. Well, I am do a video. I'm going to do a video now. I mean, there's so many, obviously, I can pick from in terms of the banks, regional banks. How's that regional bank ETF doing? Well, holding the VWAP so far, 4460 held the VWAP. So that's encouraging, perhaps, if you're looking to go along any one of these again, especially maybe that FRC. What a bounce for Roku. All right, guys, I will do my video now. What is it right now? 1:18, so it shouldn't take longer then. Should be back by about 1:28. All right, guys, I'm back. Velvex, so it has nothing to do with monkeypox. We haven't talked about monkeypox for seems like forever. Uh, Pop up, right down. Yeah, it's got a little bit of room. This GDRX 648. It's at 607 right now. Trying to break out a little bit here, curling up. GDRX. Hmm. Even though this XR is one of the more ugly daily charts you're going to see, it's got some room. XR's got some room. 680. Looks like 680 is the next high. We're at 642 right now. It's got a little bit of room. Okay, we're getting some chop in the market now with these topping tails and bottoming tails and the SPY. A little bit of chop in the market. Well, look at this XR. Is there some news on this one? This was on the 10th. So this was insider purchases, but that was on the 10th. So this is not today. Ooh, Azul, guys. This might turn into a bit of a short here. Azul, AZUL. Breaking down now through 7. What's the low here? 676. I wish that weren't there, but if it takes out 676, there's a ton of room underneath 574. I'm just going to stick an alert there, a price alert. Any specific news for Citi? Probably not. No, I don't think so. I mean, I think every bank is just, even if you're a major bank, I may be wrong, but I'm just looking at gold. I'm looking at JS Goldman. I guess if I looked at WFC and Goldman and JPM and probably all down. Well, Tankman, I'm not a I'm not an investment advisor, okay? Where would I get VAC long-term for an IRA? Gotta be up to you, man. Like I don't, I can't give investment advice like that at all. I mean, if I looked at Bank of America right now, yeah, I mean, I don't know. We're have to look at a monthly chart. Where could it keep going to until it hits some kind of support? Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, here's 20 down there, but here's 24 right there. But I'm not a long-term trader, so wrong person to ask. All depends on, how much more is this going to be in the news? The thing with SVB. I mean, how much longer is going to be in the news for the rest of this week, next 2 weeks, or in a week and a half? Is it going to be just yesterday's news and we're moving on? Shoot, kind of missed out on the PACW on the 9 break. PACW kind of missed out on that one. Shoot. Look at the market. I mean, the market, is starting to drift down again, guys. And most of these banks probably be tugged along with it, or the banks are actually forcing the market down. So look at that FRC. It looked pretty good for a bit there, didn't it? Looked like it was going to take this out up here, but nope. Now, okay, ooh, guys, the FFWM. Let's take a look at that one. That's the one now. This is an all-time low, I believe. FFWM. And if the market continues down, so I'm short this one right now. It gets over 8, I'm out, but I think this is basically a lifetime low. As long as the market keeps doing this, so I just shorted that one 70 at 95. And this will have a pretty tight stop on it because but this has to, did it get down to 780? I got down to 784. I missed that. But it is probably pretty market dependent. I see, look at this. I don't like this bottoming tail here. Okay, let's get down to that low here for FFWM. So it's kind of running a little bit counter to the market, though I really wish that were a red bar on the SPY. Mm. Yeah, see, this is starting to move with the market. Hang on just a little bit longer, but this is starting to move with the market, FFWM. I was hoping the fact that it was an all-time low that might mitigate it, but it may not. Just going to give this just a little bit more time here, the FFWM. This has to stop moving higher. The SPY, that green candle. But it now just got halted again, right? Yeah. WAL just got halted again. Okay. Still in business now in the FFWM. It gets into the 80s. Really? FRC got halted on the way up? FRC, even though it was moving down? Oh, okay. You see, it's hard, when you look at this, I really have to expand this 15-minute chart because it looks like it's pretty tight. But you're right. I mean, that's a 27 to 29 pop pretty quickly, probably. Probably have to bring out a giant and then take a look at FRC and really move this out or something because, yeah, so you can see it touch the VWAP and then boom, pop right back up. But it is pretty dicey. I mean, I wouldn't take it unless it got over this 32 level. But let's see where it could open FRC. Let's take a look at what the projection is. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know. I mean, there it is, halted at 2970s, 2970, 71. So there's no real clue. Yeah, it looks like I should have just covered my FFWM just for a few pennies. Just don't like this green bar here. And another one forming. This is big giant red. Okay, so this resumed. WAL just resumed. I mean, guys, obviously the attraction is the massive void on top here if they could ever really, catch a bid and keep going. But that's the trick. Will it? And the same with the FRC. I mean, there's some incredible moves that could happen. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Wow, I'm munching on a sorry guys on a donut. Sorry, but nice move now. Excuse me, just give me a moment. Okay, what do you mean? Why doesn't FRC show on my 15-minute chart? What do you mean by that? I mean, why do I not have it displayed? Ah, interesting. Okay, so I was just, so I don't know what you mean. Okay, well, there was just a small lag. Okay, well, now I am in full cheerleader mode now, guys, for this FFWM. Beauteous. Now I think it's even showing up on my, oh, I didn't even know this. This showed up really early, 8:70. I didn't know it was here. Also, this was in my momentum down, but it also showed up way early, FFWM, on my 10-day daily breakdown. If I can get, I should have taken some off, I think down here in the mid 60s, but we'll see. Oh, I'm short. I'm short FFWM. Of course, I'm short. I'm short, guys. Of course. You see that the ask catch up to the bid a little bit now? Ah, come on. A YouTube paradox. Just give me just watching. Oh, these incredible. Ah, there we go. There we go. Get into the 60s. I'm just waiting on this, guys. I'm just waiting to see where I want to take some off here. Give me a moment, please. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I had to finish that delicious donut. So I've covered quite a bit in the 65 level right now. Okay, quite a bit in the 65 level from 795. So not a bad percentage move. Let's see what happens now. And you know what? I didn't need the market. That's what it was. That's what I was thinking, that it wouldn't do this because the market's, it's putting in two green candles right now, but so far it hasn't cared. Just briefly did it touch that 8 level, but I guess the power of the fact that it is a lifetime low, there's no support whatsoever. And of course it's one of these regional banks. Where are they out of? Other one out of Texas. No, this was always going to be a short play for me. Well, always. I mean, this was a short play for me when I was watching it under 8. That was the big deal. But you're right, there have been a lot of bounce plays too. Yeah, halted on the way up again. WAL, just little moves. Well, you know what? I mean, if it can somehow take out 27, say 50 or so, 27.50, that might get the attention, because that's the high of that candle, that 115 candle. 27.45, 27.43. That's the 11:30 candle, which would be the high of the day. Okay, I mean discounting the pre-market highs or the pre-market action. I mean, there could be fortunes made on this, with these two if they ever really well, you talk about FRC ripping. Let's see what the definition of a rip is. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to see here, but you're right. I mean, but the same thing, 34.87. Now you might say, well, that's giving up too much. Well, I don't know. Not when it can move, $40. Not saying that's what's going to happen, of course, but oh man, right on. FFWM just made another new low. The little grunt, grunt, grunt every time it makes a new low. I love these obscure ones. I have never, ever, ever seen this one, FFWM, never. But you know what? 2.34 million shares available to short. So certainly lots and lots of shares available. So FRC was halted on the way up also, and WAL. Well, guys, I mean, yeah, I mean, depends how many shares you take. You're gonna have to have a pretty wide stop, but with the idea that it could move like multiple dollars. Okay. So that's both for the WAL and the FRC if you're planning on taking those. All right. Covered most now of my FFWN guys. FFWM covered most of it. And I'm going to keep an eye on these on the two here, the FRC and the WAL. Yeah, there's no support. No, I know that there is no support, but I don't want to. I had a very tight stop on it, but a 6 cent stop on it. It kind of touched it, but not that I disobeyed my stop, but 6 cent stop on it, and it ran 30 cents for me. So that's a 5 to 1. So are you swinging Pac W, William? Okay, so wall just resumed. What happened to it? Did not pop through here, not yet anyway. Ooh, VVTX. VVTX. This showed up really early. On my 10-day daily breakdown. Probably, where was it? Yeah, 1042, 1758 was the alert, but it popped up like a lot of the stocks. And now it's right down, back down to the low of the day. VBTX underneath that whole number of 17. I'm going to have to take a hard look at this one now. Again, another one is September of 2020. Low is 1647. I mean, do we really think that's going to be a support area with what's happening? Oh, there's yeah. I mean, you guys in your country, you probably have thousands of these things. So you're just going on the assumption, William, of course, that all these things are just being beaten down out of fear with what's happened with SVB, and that there's a lot of irrationality taking place, and eventually a lot of these will just not necessarily come back right up to where they were before all this started, but fill in some of it. Ooh, sorry, I should be looking at that. I think that wall just took out a bit of a level. Hmm. And it's halted again. Now this is halted again, I believe. Wow, look at SBC. Look at this one cratering here, guys. SBCF, another little bank. Well, I don't have little, but I mean, out of Florida. Oh, stop it. Excuse me, guys. Just give me a moment. Polite Canadian, I was not. You guys can't hear my phone, I'm assuming. Yeah, oh yeah, the minute it was getting to the 60s, I'm completely out of it. Now look at this. I am kind of interested in what William is saying. He's telling me to put all my money into these two. You heard the phone? Okay. A bunch of nonsense 888 calls and not enough. Okay, so they're both halted now. FRC and WAL both halted. And I know I'm just kidding you, as you know, William. I know you didn't say to do anything. But I am intrigued. I am intrigued. But this one is just cratering here. So here's another one maybe for you, William, SBCF. Hard to look at. I mean, I'm getting alerts for other things, guys, but it's just too hard to look at things that are unless they're these banks, because they're giving us the biggest moves, of course. All right, guys, what time is it right now? 2:12. One last kick at my, or look at kick, look at my homepage as I'm waiting for both of those to come out of their halts. All right, click on my homepage link and let me get rid of some of these up here. Okay, click on my homepage link. Okay, what happened? We have a resume in WAL, or I keep going. Let me see what happened with WAL. Ooh, looks like it was melted on the way down. Got up to 27.99, so it's dropped $1.50 from that high. You got to take wide stops if you're gonna do either of these two. Give me a moment. I copied incorrectly. Okay, quickly, click on my homepage link. This is what you'll see. When you take out a subscription right here, Patty 25 gives you 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Great ideas. If you do take out a subscription, please do the getting started. Okay, take you about 30 minutes, 10 short videos. If you're brand new to trading, this is free to you. Trading 101. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Michael will be in our YouTube room tomorrow. So this is a free resource for you. I do a daily stock of the day video. You can take a look at it here, free of course. No trade of the week this week. The suggestion was stay in cash. Okay, so no trade of the week this week. Click here for education, and here are my scans. Here are my scans right here. Biggest gainers. These are the two races that you see right up here. And I've been looking at my 10-day daily breakout, but especially the breakdown all day long with all the banks. And pre-market actives up is what I use in the pre-market. This is a momentum scanner, which I'm sharing. So here are my scans that I'm sharing. If you decide you want to take out a subscription, please use my homepage link. It'll bring you here. Then use that promo code. It helps the room, helps me. And also, if you save my link, you can look at my scans at any time you want, and also the big education section. Let me get back in now. It's halted. It just halted on me again. Yeah, I don't think that's politically correct. It's not me, but I don't make them up. And look at the market. So the market's moving. These are moving with the market. WAL and FRC both moving with the market. All right, just waiting for these. They got halted almost. Wow, they got halted right at the same time. Amazing. 214.55. So if it's a 5-minute halt, they'll open at 219 plus 55 seconds. So a little less than 2 minutes from now. Get your popcorn. Let's see what happens. So what has more room to move to the next high? $56, and I think the other one has more room, and it's cheaper, right? FRC. Oh yeah. Oh, it's a little more expensive. Sorry, a little more expensive than the WAL, but more room to move. Now, nobody is telling you to take these and hold them. Okay? Just understand. And there's the Pack W. Pack W just got halted on the way up. And this is definitely the cheaper. And that has the next high is 1785 from Friday. Okay, wall opened. FRC did not. Okay, FRC opened a little bit after. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. I know I'm talking to myself. William, you're going to be a millionaire if you're not already with these. If they move the way you, it's the Pack W too. That is very, very interesting. So it's so cheap. And halted. Now this looks like it's halted on the way down. WAL, yeah, halted on the way down this time. And FRC halted on the way down this time. Well, this is not a system, Jaskell. Okay, it's not a system. I mean, this you're in a Trade Ideas. I mean, you can create your own scans. We have scans that we share. You can create your own scan, so it's not a system as such. And is it easy to understand? Well, I mean, it is a software program. I mean, there are, there's always going to be a learning curve with with a new software program. But you could, and this is free. It sounds like you're not a subscriber, which is okay. Just going to show you something here. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, so I just put it underneath you. If you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Not quite, you'll be right at the top here, okay? So what I would do is do the get started. Again, you don't have to be a subscriber, but it will run you through the basics. You might not have to, I mean, this goes over your download and install your first startup, but I would start from here, toolbar, and right-click Magic to understand what the toolbar does, layout styles, important intro to scans, top list windows, alert windows, and introduction to charts. I would at least do that. Okay, it won't take you long. If you don't have to do the download and install. You're not a subscriber yet. So I would maybe start at number 3 and go to the end. So that'd be what, 7 videos. I would do that. That'll give you an idea about what Trade Ideas is. We're a scanner. You can create any scan well, not any, but within reason, you can create, here's a momentum scan as an example, okay? Just to give you an idea. Something, I mean, I've created myself for my style of trading. So you can create any, I shouldn't say any, but this is a scan. Right click, configure, summary. So in this scan, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $100. The current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. 100,000 share minimum. This is the momentum aspect. So 1,000% of normal in the last minute, 400% of normal in the last 5 minutes. Okay, so if these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's an example. And of course, you can make up your own scans. Of course, it's all customizable. You can make up your own scans. But we share as a company. I share a lot of my own scans, and we also have a lot of scans that we're sharing. Right here, if I click on new, oops, get rid of this. If I click on new and then this stock channel bar, what these are all theme-based channels. We have a pre-market channel, an after-hours channel, stocks that are going down. Here's the momentum channel that I kind of showed you. We have ETFs, earnings channel. We have a lot of theme-based channels. So we've created layouts or we've created scans within each one of these. You may look at here is that momentum channel as an example that I'm sharing right there called momentum. Right there, momentum. Okay, so this is an example of a layout, a theme-based layout, all about momentum as an example. Okay, so while it's good to know how to create your own scans, but it's not mandatory because we've created a lot of scans for you, and I'm sharing a lot of mine. And so, but for instance, you might look at this and go, "Well, I don't mind the idea of a momentum scan if that's the sort of trader you are." And here again is the summary, but you might not like the price range. This is 1 and 100. You might want between, I don't know, 10 and 100. You could just make a change. Maybe you want a different volume, things like that. So we've created a lot of scans as templates for you, and you can take them as we've created them, or you can make adjustments. So It's not absolutely mandatory that you know how to create a scan or anything from scratch. And if you do want to take out a subscription just to try us, no high pressure sales technique here, but we do have a promo on right now for 25% off. That probably goes to, I mean, it's a St. Patrick's Day. What is that? The 17th. So we'll go at least until then. But what you can do, you can just try our standard service. Oops. So if you click on the Get Trade Ideas and then go to click on that monthly, that's standard 118 less than 25%. That'll give you a pretty good idea about the whether or not you're going to like the program or not. So you can try us for a month. There's no commitment, and you'll get 25% off that 118. And this room is like this. Peter, that's in our, Peter, you must know this. I've gone over this a million times. It's in our, that's on my homepage called Momo. Or go to the toolbar, click on New, Dock Channel Bar, and go to the Momentum channel. I mean, it's here. It's basically the same one that I have on my homepage. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. You must know that, Peter. You've been here forever. You've heard me talk about the Momentum scan, no? So either go to my homepage link, go to the scans. Oops, sorry about that. Yeah, well, you can click on my homepage. Yeah, go to the scan section, and you'll find Momo. Whoa! Now FRC has been halted on the way up again. How about WAL? So FRC seems a little bit better than the WAL right now. Yeah, and this room is like this. I open the room. I'm on the mic from 9 to about 3:20. Okay, every day. Well, not every day, Monday to Friday. Sharing my screen and you can hear me and you can ask me questions. And of course, this is a rather exciting a day, Thursday, Friday, and today with what's happened with all the banks. The FRC looks, well, I don't know. WAL looks okay now too. And this is PAC. Wow, you said it was moving down. PAC W is up right now. Or got halted on the way up. PAC W halted on the way up. I'm sorry, it just resumed. It just resumed. And this is our Halts Resume scanner, so it tells you when stocks get halted and when they resume out of their halt. Another one that is doing another bounce is that Zion, Z-I-N-Z-I-O-N. Hasn't taken out the high of the day like the other two have, but it'll be interesting to see what happens tomorrow with all these. Are you a new trader, by the way, Jascal? I mean, are you new to trading, or do you have some trading experience? I haven't even had a chance to talk about our simulator today, but okay, so we do have a simulator, that you can practice trading in, uses our real-time data. The other thing that you might want to do then, if you click on my homepage link, and you will see, now this is a lot of videos are here. This is free, but Trading 101 put together by one of our traders at Trade Ideas. And so if you're new to trading, you don't maybe have to start off with the first video that literally says, what is a stock? But lots of good information there too. It's all free. Trading 101. All right, FRC now resumes and above the 40-30 in a big way. That's the way to do it, Jascal. I mean, trading is not easy, okay? We're a great program. The program is called Trade Ideas, okay? We can generate a lot of ideas, but when you get the idea, you still have to have an idea about how to trade it. Give me a moment, I'll be right back, guys. But that, James, yeah, it will work. I accidentally copied two links in there, so this link will work, okay? Try that, that should work. I'll just click on it now. Yeah, it works. Unfortunately, I copied two links in there, and that's with some text, and that's why it's not working. But if you try it now, I just clicked on it. You'll be brought to my homepage. In fact, let me get rid of that. Yeah, I mean, you have our standard service is great. I mean, basically everything I'm displaying here is part of our standard service. So, I mean, for 118 less than 25%, whatever that, what does that work out to? So about $88. You'll get to try us out for a month. And if you like it, great. If you don't, you just say, I don't like it. You don't, there's no commitment. There's no long-term contract or anything like that. That just got halted on the way down though, right? FRC just got halted on the way down. Yeah, we just don't talk about how much. I mean, people will come in here and say, I just made $40,000 on a Tesla trade. Yeah, okay. But William never ever does that. So some of these things are now really starting to give it up. That Pac W really gave up 10 now. Well, hopefully one day, Jaskell, this could be your day job. Pretty exciting stuff once you get the hang of it. Whew. All right, guys, 2:42. So in about 8 minutes, I'll be putting myself on mute. I'll be here until 3:20, of course. I'll hop right back on the mic. If there are questions, don't be shy. Don't be afraid to ask questions. No, I mentioned Tesla. I was just using Tesla as an example. Okay. It wasn't because anybody said anything about Tesla, unless you're actually referring to why this is moving higher. It's going to be hard to go back to the mundane biotechs and other earnings plays, and after this 3 days of excitement with these banks. And it may not be over. So no, Lenny, I don't know. I mean, I'm being asked a question. Where do I think AI is going? I mean, I don't really have a crystal ball. I'm not trying to be flippant about it, but I mean, right now it's whole. You if you, I would say 20 really has to hold, but I have no idea. I mean, look, it's all this Chat GPT stuff, and it was the one that kind of led the charge. Where I see it's going, I have no idea. I mean, it's a pretty ugly daily chart right now. Chop up, down, up, down, up, down. Pretty, but whether is this going to be the one that really is going to be the leader in the technology? I have no idea. I can see one thing is that, at least the nonsensical notion of these companies that just say we're doing AI too, and having them, run 2, 3, 400% just because of that. That seems to be over right now for a while anyway. I'm not trying to lump these guys in. I mean, they have AI in their name. They're incredibly well named to take advantage of it, but I don't know where it's going. I don't know if they're the official owner of Chat GPT. I can't really tell in the business summary, so I really can't tell. But they were certainly the first. I mean, they just ran with all that. I don't know if they're the actual owner of Chat GPT. I don't know if there's such a thing. I mean, obviously, Microsoft and others are going to be getting into that market in a huge way. Bing, I think Bing is. Well, I don't know enough about this. All I know are some of the stocks that we're trading, but where it's going, I really don't know. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I did not think AI, like the company, was the owner of Chat GPT. It's this open AI. My advice, Nolani, would be to really, you know, I look. You can go online and you can just start reading about it and the technology, and you'll get different opinions, of course. Maybe try to find somebody who value their opinion about where this all be going. I mean, we all know where it all could be going, but will it? And how long will it take? And who's going to emerge as the leader? Okay, guys, I shall put myself on mute, but I will, oops, but I will hop right back on the mic if there's a question. Okay, so James, I'm going to try to answer your question. If your AI is a watch list, okay, right now and going forward, it is not to be auto traded. Okay, so the AI will help you find ideas during the day, but how you trade them will be up to you. Okay, so it's not that we can say, okay, well, this is how the AI did. We are now absolutely not talking about auto trading the AI. It is a watch list going forward. Okay, so here as an example, here are the AI alerts today. When you get them, I mean, Trin was an interesting one because it was a bank, to short a bank. If that made sense to you, and maybe you do it. Some other ones may not make sense to you. The ZIM was good at the beginning. This was an earnings play, and sometimes sometimes you get an alert and it's outside the price range you might like to trade. Things like that. You have to you'll determine. This is just treat it like a watch list. Okay, so there's no point in there's nothing that's going to show you how well did it did as a watch list did was a watch list. Okay. So it'll help you with ideas during the day, but you'll have to have some trading experience. So if you are looking, well, that'll certainly do it. I mean, there's no question that will do it because typically, rarely do we get 10 a day. Okay, so usually it's under 10 trade or 10 ideas for the day. The other thing you can do also though is really take a look at the races because the races will give you a watch list also of stocks just to follow instead of, a top 10 watch list to follow. Now, and you can construct your own races, but I am sharing these too. So you can see there's a top 10 list here. There is a top 10 list here. If you're new to trading, I would probably look at the large cap movers because they're not as volatile. These are more exciting, no question. These are more exciting, but with excitement comes a lot of volatility. These are just not as volatile, but they can give you some really good looks. But certainly the AI, will give you a watch list of things to look at all day. And there's nothing for you really to do. You just let you just let, open the window and let the alerts happen. But I would really look at the races also. Okay, now you don't have to take my races, but just to give you like an overview of what the races are all about. This race here, let me take a look at the large cap movers. Okay, so every race starts off from a top list window. So if I right click and I open the top list window, so in this particular top list, this is what I'm looking for. So the stocks between 10 and $50, 500,000 shares minimum volume, up 2% from yesterday's close. Market cap minimum of half a billion, 500 million, and a minimum float of 50 million, 50. Okay. So if these values are met, what happens is I'm running 4-minute races. The winner of this race, it's only 0.87%, but what that means is SDGR moved 0.80% since the beginning of this race. And it looks like it's going to win this race. And the answer is yes, it won the last race. Okay. Now, now you might say, well, that's not that interesting. Well, take a look at ENVX as an example. This is one we talked about earlier. So, I mean, this had a tremendous run off the 10 level all the way up to 11.22. It's pulled back and all. And why we see it in the number one position is because it won 11 races. VLY won 8 races, ZIM won 7, etc. This automatically creates a watch list for you. Okay, you don't have to do anything. It just creates a watch list for you that you can then follow these stocks all day long. This race here is more volatile. Now, of course, you can run a race based on your criteria. I mean, every race starts, it starts off with a top list, and then when you right click and then launch the real-time stock race. And all of this is in the guide. So what I'm saying is that you may look at this and say, well, I don't like that price range. That's fine, or I want more volume, or I want another filter in here. Of course, you can do that. I'm just sharing these two races, but you can, of course, create your own race. You can create your own race based on only the symbols that you like to follow. Okay. So if you had a bunch of stocks, say, I don't know, it has to be, it can't be just like two or three, but let's say you had 20 or 30 stocks that you like to follow. You could run races on just those stocks, as an example. You will see the ones that are moving. Oops. In the race, you will see the ones that are moving up the most. Now, doesn't mean the stock has to be at the high of the day, though. It could be this could be a stock that pulled back and then all of a sudden it's starting to move. So it doesn't necessarily mean that when a stock is winning a race or moving up the leaderboard, that it's at the high of the day. It could be a pullback play that is starting to move. Yeah, I would call this, intraday momentum. Sure, I would call that intraday momentum. At the time, and I run 4-minute races. That's just how I like to run my races. But you'll see that you can run whatever time period you want: a 2-minute race, a 1-minute race, 5, 10, and all that is covered here. In a moment. Do a refresh, Stan. If the screen is not changing, just do a refresh, okay? So if you click on my homepage link and then scroll down until you get to the education section, click here, and then click on the user guide, and then TI Stock Racing. Just find TI Stock Racing, okay, right here. And if you click on that, you're going to see we have 4 videos that explain it. And then the race startup is clickable, the race configuration. So you, of course, can customize your races. It is 3:11 New York time, yes. The clocks move forward for much of North America. I don't know what happens in Europe or where elsewhere in the world, but yeah, the clocks move forward this weekend. So again, the beauty of it is just as you're talking about, though, you can get overrun by the number of alerts that you get all day long. And so this gives you a really good focus, a nice watch list. You still have, look at Twist, TWST won 4 races. Okay, might look at that, go, might be setting up. There's the VWAP there, all the VWAP. Maybe if it takes out a certain level, you might like to trade it. Maybe you want to trade it only if it pulls back to the VWAP and see what it does. Things like that. And then you can practice using our simulator. There's our simulators right here. Let me get rid of the. So I mean, our simulator now. for both races and the simulator, you need to be using our our downloadable application. Using our web-based version, unfortunately, they're not available. And then the simulator, you just click on New from our toolbar, and then Brokerage Plus. It's all part of our standard service. And it'll say Not Connected. And then underneath Brokerage Plus, you just click on Sim. Now you're an account. And click on Account. Now you're in our simulator. So for instance, here's a short that I took probably about 2 weeks ago of AMC at 716, 553 right now. So you can practice swing trading if you want, or all you have to do is when you just click on an alert and the symbol will show up and you just pick how many shares you want to trade and the price you want to get in at. And here's how you can practice trading. It uses our real-time data, okay? So you don't even need a broker. It just uses our real-time data. And I say you don't even need to use a broker because if you're new to trading, you should be practicing before you start committing money to the market. And so you may not even have a broker. When I say you, I'm not talking about you specifically, James, just in general. So if you're a person that's still wondering about who your broker is going to be, if you do want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service and you're set to go. Boy, look at Pack W, boy. Look at Pack W, and now, I mean, this has been a little bit choppy because it moved all the way back down to 9, and then it popped up. The FRC seems a little bit stronger than the wall, WAL. Not a bad base on the 15s. Yeah, not a bad one. And of course, it has all the room if these things start to recover in a big way. A lot of them have recovered in a big way on the intraday, from 5 to 10. But, it's not the easiest thing in the world to predict when something like this, any stock really is going to bounce. It's not the easiest thing in the world, of course. All right, guys, I am getting set to wrap this up. Stick around, of course, if there are any questions. Peter, I know you had to know that. You had to know that, Peter. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room regarding our Momentum channel and then the scan that I am sharing. No problem, James. And again, if you're new, this room is like this on the mic between 9 and about 3:20, 9 a.m. and 3:20 p.m. Eastern time. So we do our pre-market analysis between 9 and 9:30. Of course, the market opens at 9:30 and see what happens. Okay, guys, I think that's it. I do not see any other questions, so I think I'll wrap this up. Another exciting day. I doubt it's going to be like this tomorrow. Okay, just get my script together. Okay, everybody, have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. And then the YouTube room, same thing.